Welcome on in, ladies and gentlemen, here for Asia Day 5 of Stage 1 APL action. We're getting towards the tail end of the stage in across all reasons. Of course, last night we had Oceania where we kicked off day 6 and we got ourselves a good conclusion to that stage set up for play day 7. Now for Asia, we do the same. We've got ourselves an opportunity to set up that final forecast and get ourselves ready for finals soon to come.
Yeah, Oceania has kind of stood out as being a little more unpredictable than we probably otherwise expected, especially now with the 2 slots here in Asia, though, for tonight. It has shaped up so far in a rather predictable manner, but maybe that could change over the course of this back half.
And really for tonight, in terms of Asia, you're probably going to get some teams locked in and start to also put some lines through teams as well in terms of their chances of making finals. Don't forget, of course, in terms of some of the other regions too, CNL has been progressing throughout this stage. A little update on how things have been proceeding with the current standings through their stage.
Yeah, again, for clarity, CNL has a pretty good format. Best of 3s competed over the course of the group stage. All gamers currently leading the charge, currently with 16 points, being pretty dominant from Ned. Edward Gaming as well leading the charge. Keep in mind, a ton of slots available for this particular region, and I'm really excited to see how they go at EWC and how much development has been undertaken.
Yeah, excited to see more of the future when it comes to CNL. In terms of what we had yesterday, as already briefly touched on, we were able to conclude day 6 when it came to the Oceanic region. With that, we very much did put lines through names. Unfortunately, for the likes of Arcade, 6 Targets, and Shy Academy, they could no longer make the final 4. Chiefs, Manalafo, Enterprise locking their positions in, and leaves play day 7 to be Barbie Boys and Rival playing each other, funnily enough, to solidify the final 4 ahead of finals. And one of the big moments that we saw yesterday was an almost big moment, but big enough that it's still our feature round for the night.
Yeah, here it is. I don't really want to spoil it too much, maybe for those that didn't tune in, so we'll kind of just watch it roll. Kaken was left at a 1 versus 5, the final attacking round for Shy Academy, who were trying to find some form back in this particular matchup. And well, he started it out by isolating those 3 picks, and then had to try and dance around the duo of Wizard and Boxo, and almost was able to clutch up. If that swing, or that spray rather, had have landed, or even the pistol in the end, it would have been his, but not quite. And unfortunately, he was denied. As we look across at the schedule here for Asia tonight, and some intriguing games. I think there's probably the potential for a couple of these to be lopsided, but there are implications in terms of the finals and the qualification at the end of the night as well.
It seems like the first game of the night and the last game of the night, to me on paper, probably scream on the more one-sided affair, but certainly the middle two is where a lot of the action will be determined in terms of the standings, which we'll go to now to give you guys a glimpse as to where things sit coming into Playday 5. Again, already 4 Playdays having passed, it is taking shape. No surprises in terms of the top team, and well, even really the top 2 teams with what Daystar have been able to do really over the last 12 to 18 months. I think when you kind of consider what they've been able to do, one thing they haven't probably done is consistently continue to perform. They're now starting to do that, and that's putting them in good stead. The downside is, of course, this is a region that no longer has the 2 slots, and so they will eventually, at some point, have to fight the likes of Weibo. For Elevate, it's been a rough stage, 0 and 4. HL2A Esports as well, joining them at the bottom 2, looking very unlikely they'll be able to make the top 4.
Yeah, I think just one thing to quickly note is that every single result so far in Asia has been determined in regulation. So it has spread out the standings pretty significantly. It's maybe not as compact as we have seen in the likes of those.
Well, we'll go to our first match of the night. It is that second place team, Daystar, which we'll look at first. As you can clearly see, 4 and Zip. It's been a good stage for them thus far. Of course, Yao coming into the roster. 78 EPS, not great. Obviously still has to get more games under his belt, but alas, still the core is doing quite well. Pika leading the way with a 105 EPS and +7 on the entry. Still a really, really solid roster. And again, I think the one thing is, when we see over the many years, you can have some teams that sort of burst up, take a spot, go international. It's all about the staying power, and clearly what they've been able to do this stage does suggest they have that staying power within them.
Yeah, absolutely. Daystar have looked pretty good this particular stage, but it quickly it turns into a comparison game against them, up against Weibo, right? And whilst both teams have successfully gotten through the first 4 play days unscathed, the round differential has already pretty clearly illustrated that Weibo are super dominant at the moment, plus 20. Daystar still good, plus 13. They just haven't quite been as clinical in some of these matchups, and that may not really mean a whole lot at the end of the day when the dust settles. But again, when you circle it back to one slot, which this sub-region now has, they need to be the best of the best. Second will not be good enough. So in terms of the context of tonight, it's the kind of matchup where they want to go in, dominate, and try and boost back that round differential and maybe catch up to Weibo tonight.
Yeah, and of course they do play Weibo eventually in Playday 7, so I think it's looking likely that both teams will most likely go undefeated up to that game. HL Esports, of course, up, and it's been a rough stage for them. Kind of looking at some of their results, they started off 3-7, lost to Orchid, and then they got trounced in their next 2 games against Soul's Heart and Fury, 1-7, 2-7 respectively, and then 1-7 as well in their previous match. I think this is a team that we probably are not surprised with where they sit, but in some ways maybe a little bit surprised that they're still sitting on the 0 points. Their round differential, that they've been beaten up by pretty much everyone in the region thus far up to this point, and it's certainly not going to get any better when you consider they play Daystar tonight and they play Weibo tomorrow. Inadvertently, you can put a line through them for finals. It's just not going to happen. Where they might get some level of success is on the last play day against Elevate.
Yeah, it has been very rough for them, but such is life. When you get introduced to the tier 1 level, it can often be pretty tricky, and we've seen it time and time again. Even the players and the teams that have risen to the upper echelons of APL, it often takes a long time of grinding away and getting familiar with this level of play and the kind of style that is required to be successful. So I don't know how they've really assessed the stage so far, unfortunately, because they haven't won a game. We haven't really had an opportunity to get that insight, but I guess given that they're now unofficially unable to make the finals, it's highly unlikely. These games are just a free punch, and they can try and play some fun siege and look to build a bit of confidence heading into stage 2.
Yeah, and learn some things along the way. We'll go to the map vetoes for this best of 1. Daystar, again, they've got a lot more on the line in this game. I mean, in fairness to HL Tour, if they were to just randomly turn their form around tonight, tomorrow night, knock off Daystar and Weibo, well, yeah, they're still going to have a chance to make finals. There was a certain team that did something quite similar back in Oceania in Shy Academy, but I think this is going to be far more of a stretch. Nighthaven Labs is where we're going to go to for this game. Interesting, because this is a really bad map for Daystar, guys. Only a 1-5 record, so they've played it quite a few times, but it hasn't been successful. Maybe looking to this match to be a good testing ground against HL Tour, who start on defense.
Yeah, I totally agree, and they'll be testing themselves out on attack first. We'll see if they can establish some strength early, or if this matchup maybe has a little more going for it.
HL Tour 0-4 on Nighthaven Labs as well. Last time they played it was Psycho 1-7. That was a week ago. Well, Daystar on their quest, looking to make the Esports World Cup. It's not all going to be done in the regular stage, but would love to set themselves up with the best seeding possible. But all roads in this region, they naturally lead through Weibo. Their quest to get to EWC, it's still a long road ahead. You will play Weibo in Playday 7, then you've got finals. This is really just a continued warm-up for Daystar for the more real challenges that lay ahead. For HL Tour, an opportunity to maybe get some rounds in this first half. The defense, Nighthaven Labs, it should be relatively comfortable on the likes of the top floor, even basement. But Daystar, of course, a very, very good team as we head into the bans. Kaid and the Thermite already off the board.
Yeah, this is the kind of game. It's a pretty classic one where I look at it, and for Daystar, they're the ones that are going to be under scrutiny in this matchup. They're the ones that should be going in full expectation to be dominant in this result. Not only purely because it just should be, given it's second v last in the standings, but there is the additional motivation of the round differential. And whilst it may not ultimately matter, given that we do see the Daystar Weibo match at the end of the stage, that's the most likely tiebreaker. It'll be on points as opposed to round differential. It's still just something to note. It's something to keep in mind. And I think it just tracks the performance of both teams through the best of 1 format over the stage so far, where clearly Weibo are still number 1, and by some margin, Daystar are playing catch-up. And this should be the kind of match where they go in, treat it seriously, in and out, get the job done. Because we've seen that throughout most of the sub-regions of APL in most matchups that have been lopsided, where the dominant team does a good job in just not messing around, getting the job done, confirming that, and then setting their sights and worrying about other games down the line. So we'll see how this one does shape up. Maybe HL Torre have something up their sleeve and they could throw off Daystar, which would be a huge upset. But highly, highly unlikely.
Oh, Daystar have been pretty dominant for the most part in the majority of their games, but they haven't been dominant enough where they've gotten even as low as a 7-2 or a 7-1 or a 7-0 victory. So 7-4 over Elevate, 7-3 over Orchid, 7-3 over Soul's Heart. I mean, these are good results. And then 7-5 over Fury, but nothing that really suggests along the lines of what Weibo have been doing. 7-1 over Sykin, 7-0 over Elevate, 7-3 Orchid, 7-4 Soul's Heart. So Weibo probably shown a little bit more of that ruthlessness that we know that they can do, certainly within the own region of Asia. This is the test for me, is can Daystar really put the foot on the throat in the game against a team that's clearly struggling this stage in HL Tour 8. The one asterisk would be they are starting on the attack, but it's not as if, you know, if there's a gap between the two teams, you should still be able to get attacking rounds here on Labs. Deno sitting deep into IT on the Azami rather than falling back playing Rafters. He will most likely get pushed out. In fact, he will eventually get out of IT and play the more default position. Obviously, for you and me, guys, this is our first opportunity to really start to follow Asia for the stage tonight, tomorrow, and then into finals. Players like Yao and seeing how they mix with the roster.
Looks like they'll go for the Capital Util clearance here at Rafters. Relatively successful, will keep the Azami at bay. Daystar looks to take a bit of space elsewhere, and it's Seal Con to find the first pick of the round, and Pika doubles down with the DMR. So a clean start here from Daystar. Still quite a ways away from the objective itself, but on the fringe they're looking clean here in the opening round. Flashes get deployed. Double stack pillar looks pretty unnervy here for the defense.
And going down, there was the shots from within the smoke, but that just provided easy angle to find the kill. It's an opening round win on top floor for Daystar. Relatively comfortable in the end, and they don't really react as if they look like they put much effort into that round, which is disappointing with HL Tour 8. But job done for Daystar. That's the way that you want to start a match like this against a lower quality opposition. No disrespect intended, based on the way the stage is clearly panning out as such. And to take the top floor on the attack, Labs, I mean, that is a really solid start from Daystar. Should mention, by the way, I don't know if you either touched on it. I know I missed it, but HL Tour 8 are playing with a substitute tonight in Finzi over Chateau Numé. Chateau Numé? I don't know how to pronounce that. I hope I haven't butchered it, but he's not in the game tonight.
Yeah, which should really only compound their difficulties and their troubles in this matchup, where they're already a beaten down team going against one of the top opponents in the region and not at full strength. So yeah, unfortunately for them, expectations are fairly low in this matchup. I think for HL, it's honestly a case of just scrapping at least a couple of rounds in this matchup. But if the first round is anything to go by, Daystar aren't here to mess around. Isolating early picks in the opening round.
5 seconds left.
Not making a mess of it, and then ultimately making the Rafters hit warehouse side a success with some good layering of the utility. Data basement for round 2, so no reattempt, but it is a roam here from defense.
I mean, I kind of like this setup, to be honest. You play the roam game with the Mozzie and the Vigil. You've also got still some decent trap utility with the Griswold Mine. A little bit of slowdown maybe with the Castle Barricade certainly can help fortify this roam. And then Killers is really just going to be your last resort. If you can find a couple of kills, fall back, play sight, use the Yokai as a late game. But unfortunately, Finzi goes down immediately. By the way, they're in sight planting. They not only got 2 of the roamers, they're already in sight. Plant has gone down successfully. They dealt with the Echo. Dare I say, this might be one of the most dominant rounds I've ever seen in Rainbow Six Siege. I might just say it. I've been casting this game for 6 years. That is top 1% domination. That is absolutely insane. Not only did they kill the roamers, they also got into sites, started getting the plant down, flawless all within a minute. How often do you see that?
Yeah, quite rare. As that round actually was playing through, I was thinking back to some of the discussions we've had with some of the fast games, particularly in OS that we've had so far this stage. It might be time to start the stopwatch on this one or check into where it's at, because especially with Daystar being on attack and being able to set the tempo here in this first half, if this dominance continues, we could be on for a sub 30 game, like 25 minutes or so, but maybe even faster. Could be close to 20 at this rate. So well, we'll keep an eye on that. Because again, no disrespect, but the first couple of rounds are showing that this is a absolute demolition job from Daystar in the reckoning, or in the making, I should say. So maybe the tertiary site can offer a little bit of safe haven for HL Tori, where they can look to cheese the round a bit more, but unfortunately for them, Daystar are looking very switched on, and credit to them, not messing around here at the start. They're playing a dominant play style. They're getting enough info to facilitate these quick entries, and instead of looking to play slow and maybe allow HL Tori to go for rat plays and to cheese rounds, they're absolutely in control at the moment, and I don't see any reason why they'd look to slow that down too much. I mean, they do bring the Bravo this round, so maybe looking to counter some of the util. They do also have Fuse for Vert, so we could see a bit more action up above offside as opposed to direct here.
Just outside blue for Yao. Some of the help, but wasn't prepared for the blue stairs hold by Sunstrike. Seal does get the immediate trade. And this is already better in the round for HL Tori because the round's not over. So Chef got the kill onto it. Well, they actually traded each other. I saw that a little bit last night. It seems like that's making a bit of a return. By the way, going for the plant inside of storage is Pika. Do they have anyone really watching this? Not really. There was one over towards storage in Tenno, but I think he did just enough to maybe push Pika off the plant. Evidently has got plenty of time, so not really stressed. Tenno creeping up. He doesn't really find the angle. Pika commits. Had one at the window. Somehow Pika didn't die there on the spray. Pops out the window. Now he's down, but he actually got out on the other side. Azuki's playing above. This is a very winnable round for HL Tori. Azuki does get the kill. Now watching from above, gets the second one onto Killers, and knows that Tenno's inside storage. And he has got the cluster charges as well. Will this be enough to connect? Yes, it will. 3-0. No reaction from Azuki.
Oh, that was a round and a half. Fair play to Daystar. Don't quite know how they were able to get that plant down, and then the fuse in the post. It actually started to look pretty dicey for them there, particularly late round. Getting the plant secured was a challenge. We saw the first attempt and the fall off, and then the aggression inside itself was obviously pretty good there from HL Tori, and they brought it into a very winnable post plant, but unfortunately for them, the vertical dimension there from the fuse was great. And Daystar complete the first rotation cleanly. Mirror and Blitz to be banned out for the remainder of the half.
I mean, do they just keep playing command server for 6 rounds? Well, 5 rounds, I guess. They did attempt basement. Hard to find the positives right now for HL Tori. It's obviously been a very difficult stage. They played Lair twice, then into Nighthaven Labs twice, now into Nighthaven Labs again. So well, this is going to be their 5th match for the stage, and they've played 2 maps. So clearly, very small map pool. Not a lot of success. There's a lot of work to do for this group of players if they're going to be contending in a region that's quite difficult, certainly at the top end.
10 seconds left.
I think the concern is in some ways really also the
5 seconds left.
kind of schedule too, right? They kind of had some more opportunities, if you will, earlier in the stage. They play Daystar tonight, Weibo tomorrow, so it's just going to go from bad to worse.
Say what you will,
I think if there's any kind of shining hope for this team, it's going to be on Playday 7 against Elevate. You know, what are the learnings they've taken from these losses and these, you know, poor results and clearly outmatched and outskilled and outgunned and out-strategized? Learn from all of those experiences and then apply that to Playday 7.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough though when you're playing matches like this where Daystar aren't even playing fully default. They're essentially toying with you and winning out on pure gunfights. It is very difficult to actually take learnings from that because it's not a traditional strategic scrim-like environment. We'll see how it shapes up though for the 4th round, where Daystar may look to once again lean into utility. To be fair, they did do that on the initial attempt, and that's what helped them fight through warehouse and go for the plant, which was covered by the late util. The Capital in particular was quite influential. I do like the introduction as well of Clash this round. Just another dimension that needs to be dealt with. Sunstrike looking to get active warehouse, just the one pick for him so far.
Shields out and ready.
As he now rotates, so to the Clash.
What just damaged him? Was it a Rotera? I don't know what damaged him. Once he got shot from like a super long angle or something, well, he's just dead because he's just wandering around inside of IT. Not really a lot of awareness. Free kill for Azuki. They do lose Yao. 4v3, still in favor of the attack for Daystar. Souffle overwhelms those Shad. Fiendzy the sub. Trying to find an angle inside a server. Does still have a Nitro Cell. 2 gas waves for killers. He's going to throw one of those out. Full one onto Fiendzy. No follow-up though.
Oh, this is a good position. Okay, nice
Yeah, that's
pick.
nice. Nice for killers, but now they know exactly where he is. Souffle is just at the wall for nothing Daystar, and this one's going to be a quick one. Well, I did say the first game of the night and the last game of the night will probably be played out like this. I didn't even think it was going to be as much like this, though.
Well, I think we're about 15 to 16 minutes in with 3 rounds remaining. So
I think we're
the
cutting it close.
25-minute mark is looking. It's looking. I wouldn't say likely, but it's still possible.
Makes you think that 20-minute game that me and James casted when you're watching something like this.
Because this has still felt very, very fast. Basement up next. I do wonder if Daystar will maybe try and speed it up even further and just go direct breach here and lay a bit of utility, go for the plant. Early comp though, I think with the Ram selected, probably suggesting that they'll once again go for a bit of vert. Last time out, they pretty much just jumped inside of storage, found a couple of picks, and then were quickly able to converge onto the site. So Hedgehog Tower will be looking to offer a little bit more resistance off-site this time around. They bring the Mozzie to try and maybe deny some of the info gathering potential here from Daystar, but I don't think they even need a single drone this round. They have the Dockerbee. Well, they initially picked the Deimos, but they'll switch off that to bring a shield at the Blackbeard. They also do have though the Snake, and so this should be another pretty similar situation where Daystar just try to find a sneaky entry point that's unmanned and then wreak havoc from there.
Cover me.
I mean, I was saying before this game that not that it's a blemish or a bad thing, just more so to note Daystar haven't had any games this stage where they've won from between 7-0 to 7-2. So, I mean, this gets them an extra element.
Well, a 7-0 for context, if they are to complete it here, would put them smack bang even with Weibo. For now.
It was against Elevate back in Playday 2. Unstrike gets the opening kill. That's his second, by the way. And second in 3 rounds. It is onto Seal, who's been playing well, and on the Solid Snake, so they lose a little bit of information. This could be the chance. Hedgehog Toure on the basement site.
Ooh.
But Azuki gets the free kill onto Zoshav, who swings the window. He's up to 8-1.
Yeah, the rest of the defense will now look to largely peel back. Sunstrike will posture over towards Cargo Stairs, and he could maybe find himself in a position to push up. I think currently playing behind a deployable shield, so it does have some util coverage. A couple of grenades, though, still available for Daystar. And an auto breacher as well for Souffle. They elect, though, to just smack down that castle barricade. Azuki can open with secondaries to the side. Sunstrike immediately does not elect to move.
I'm reloading!
But now forced back by the frag grenade. And onto site.
Oh, another one from Sunstrike. And it gets to Azuki. Well, that's the power player off the board, but don't forget there's another one still up in Souffle, 6-1. Call eaten onto killers.
Reloading.
Trying to battle from below against this vert pressure. But it's a double stack down into basement now for Daystar. They're looking for 7-0. This is the round that's been the closest so far. Most defense we've seen put up by Hedgehog Tsuro. Still got to deal with the castle barriers. Cautious of time. Souffle making his way down into cargo. 20 seconds. And they get the kill onto Souffle. But as Teto finds that kill, Pika then is able to get the trade. Pika's the one that's also got the kit. Up close at the doorway, though. Wasn't ready for it. 7 seconds. And Fienzy tonight over towards cargo. Pika baits him out beautifully. That is just experience and game awareness from Pika that keeps the 7-0 dream alive. They go 5-0 on the attack of Nighthaven Labs.
Oh, pros don't fake unless they're Pika, apparently, who was able to bait the defender forward. Easy swing. And it's not often that he'll miss his mark. So clean work there from Pika. In a round that was certainly the diciest for Daystar. They struggled early, losing the opening pick. Sunstrike did a great job to then find a second with Nitro, where they then had to fight into sight again at disadvantage. The Blackbeard fell, but it was immediately traded, and despite there being only about 5 seconds on the clock, Pika was still able to make the bait work. As we look back at the replay package from that round, catching the tail end of the Nitro, it was a 3 versus 3. Yao unrewarded there with the swing, but credit to Pika, who played compactly nearby. And Fienzy just strolling a little too far forward there, caught out. And Daystar 5 rounds in a row looking for their 6th.
Changing mags!
Activating jammer.
And back to
10
top
seconds
floor
to insertion.
for the 3rd time in the half, and for what will be the final time in the half for the final
5
round
seconds to go.
of the half.
Deploying jammer. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it. Deploying jammer. Loading mag!
Well, I think at this point,
Ready to activate.
Daystar probably could have just subbed anyone out and put me in, and would still be 5-0 up. So I'm part of the team.
Jammer ready.
Maybe 4-1.
I don't think they would have won the last round with you on the team, so maybe 4-1, yeah.
It's never nice to see a team get completely beaten to a pulp, but you also have to admire what you're seeing from Daystar. It's two sides of the coin.
Yeah, Daystar have shown them enough respect. They've clearly played a more aggressive brand because they know they can get away with it, but they're not really doing anything all that silly. The moments where HL Tower have looked competitive in a couple of these rounds is honestly being off the back of them making good plays. Not really Daystar flailing all too much. Daystar though with the advantage now, IT control, warehouse control, and pressure mounting on the objective. Not even at the midpoint of the round just yet. And Sunstrike as well for the defense is lurking down below. So effectively a 5v3 side if they wish to take it, although it looks like Daystar are lurking down below. Yao also falls. Probably in a recoverable position, IT, I imagine.
Yeah, it should be. They've got it completely covered already in there as Souffle. And not really a lot of aggression from the defense, as Hoshav does find a kill on server onto Azuki. And as the door opens up, it was Souffle that was able to benefit, but he then loses his life. And again, remembering Yao very low on health. Ika and Seal are going to have to do the heavy lifting. 60 seconds, still so much time, and what is a very open site now. Pika's still playing around with the shock drone over towards electrical. There is 0 utility remaining for HL Terry. They do have a Valcam inside of command. Clearly Seal's on a mission. He hasn't dealt with it yet, and neither has Pika. It's probably the one aspect that they've struggled with in this round is dealing with some of this utility despite having the IQ and the Twitch. 2v3, 30 seconds, looking for the 7-0 for Daystar. They're going to win this game. The question is, what's going to be the scoreline? Pika goes prone. Soshav is tucked in left. Pika, though, oh, he wasn't expecting it. I think he thought he crossed. I'm not going to lie, even I, with the outline, thought he'd cross back for a brief second. And Seal now on the 1v3. It seems like HL Torre are going to get a round. And indeed they will. Not a lot to celebrate, but at least it won't be flawless. At the end of the half, it's 5-1 to Daystar.
That initial love, all the goosebumps, those flutters in my gut, turn into disgust. What a waste of love, babe. I just wanna go back to how it was, lay in each other's arms all day, send me gifts just because. Homies, ended up as lovers. How they get so ugly? Can't we rediscover, baby, what it was? Or let's be honest, it was just a lover. You were so romantic, we were picture perfect. So much freaking passion, why we never got it back, baby?
Yeah, trying to get you out my thoughts today. Still chained to you when I walked away. Still chained, you know it'd be hard to break, cause I kept it way too real to automate. I wanna talk to you for my conscience sake, trying to make my mind and body cooperate. I used to have some shots to give for ones you take, but then I took them all to heal and lost the way. Got me riding around listening to Marvin Gaye, reminisce what was, cause now it ain't. And through my mind I trail for hours till it all devours. I'm amongst the prowlers on your page, see how you spend the days without eating me inside, that I'm phasing out, but I plays it, and it drains me. I done made some, but it pains me. You want the real from me, here it is, here it go. I want you dead to me, head gone real slow. I want you here with me, bad, I'll let it go. But I can't have both, I'm done. I hope this love a bum that's gonna blow. No regret, no rewind, no more waste, no more time, no more wait, let's go away. I stay, I don't mind. No regret, no rewind, no more waste, no more time, no more wait, let's go away. I stay, I don't mind.
So a 5-1 half in the end for. What is Killer's doing? What is that? Is it like a blocked nose kind of thing?
I don't know. Hopefully it's an approved substance, not a performance enhancing one.
Well, 5-1 half for Daystar. Now they go defense here on Nighthaven Labs. They're going to close this one out. They're going to win this game. Just a matter of by how much. And leave them undefeated going into Playday 6 tomorrow. Now they play Syken tomorrow. Syken Company has, of course, got the likes of K3, Momo, Joe Gore, Neon. And currently sitting in third. They will be much more of a test tomorrow for Daystar. And then, of course, Daystar playing Weibo in Playday 7. So really for Daystar, I mean, this is kind of, I guess, the end of the boot camp, isn't it? Going into their last 2 games. Then into finals.
Yeah, pretty much. They've got a pretty good on-ramp. I am very excited to see how they... yeah, that matchup against Weibo feels like a big one. And whilst at that point both teams will be confirmed for top 4, seeding may still be a little bit up in the air. Certainly the top spot would be at that point. Unless we see something crazy over the next few play days. And whilst it will only be a best of 1, I can only imagine it will give us a good measure as to where those 2 teams are roughly at. If Daystar or Weibo walk away with a dominant result, then that could make things quite interesting heading into playoffs. Today, though, they've played pretty well. Certainly been a couple of moments on the attack where they got stalled out late round, but they were able to more often than not make up for that. Top floor there in round 6, though, an exemption to that rule where HR Tauri were defensively quite strong, didn't forfeit anything for free, and the anchor work late was quite formidable. And they were rewarded with their one and only round so far. Had it been a 7-0, it would have only been the second of the stage so far. First one being that Weibo Elevate 7-0. We'll see how they look defensively. I imagine they'll be looking to play fairly compact here and just don't give away anything for free. The level of synchronization and coordination from their opposition shouldn't be that great in the late round, so if they can force late rounds, even if it's 5 versus 5, they'll be in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, two things about this round that I'm curious about really is going to be, did they start look to get aggressive on the defense, and what's the pacing going to be like for HR Tori on the attack? And so far, they're at least making their way towards con side. Sunstrike joining behind Finty. Two Nitrocells in this round for Daystar. Azuki, though, gets well cleared over towards Electrical. Good frag grenade. And Pika, who had already preemptively ripped that Nitro, was able to then turn around and throw it towards Fiendzy, got the trade. Interestingly, Azuki started 8-1, since then 0-3.
Yeah, he's found it a little rough in the last handful of rounds. Electrical control for the attack, double stack. Although it will be stalled out immediately. Souffle with Gas Babes and up close with Shotgun. IT still being contested elsewhere, so it's going to constrict this push to con side, and I think that's probably going to be pretty rough. Without properly spinning this attack, Daystar front facing will be very, very formidable to take down. It'll be tough. Clearly, you can see still refusing to overpeak, even now with the player advantage. 45 seconds, and this round is looking pretty bad for the attack, but quite good for Daystar. 6-1 scoreline, one away from claiming the map.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Basement now ends up just being a site where they get to play the roam game, get aggressive, maybe even go for a spawn peak or two, play at the entry positions. They go with a sip of the coffee. Okay, not a lineup that really screams aggression on the defense. I mean, Goya Warden Smoke Mute because says more on-site play than anything.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
I was half expecting a little bit more. Not that you can't run around the map on those operators, and I'm sure they probably still will. To me, this looks more like the kind of lineup that you would naturally see Basement in a high-level game. You'll play the stair positions, you'll look for a little bit of that first floor contact, then fall back, play site the last minute and a half of the round, rather than going full-blown aggression, even, say, second floor. But I think it's a little bit like the first half, where clearly for Daystar, they weren't really doing too many silly things.
10 seconds left.
They were just pretty locked in.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Change up for HL Torre, they bring the Monty.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Also
a bomb and defuse it.
Have the Grim as well come in. The Ram for when they can get a little bit of that first floor control. Also can help on that top floor if they do go top down. So Shav is going to be very important on the Solid Snake to get information on the radar.
Yeah, Peak is invested in Mute Jam's top floor, so expect him to stay around for a little while, see if that utility can help in negating some of the info gathering potential here of the attack. Early swing. Fortunately for Sunstrike, he did have the shield as coverage, and so he can withstand that early pressure. Elsewhere, Solace Warehouse, presence, of course, over towards storage and lobby. So it's just Azuki to hold down the fort currently. Basement on the smoke. If Hardbridge ended up being concerned, he could direct his utility in that particular way, but it is just the secondary hard breaches from HR Tarot for this particular round as they look to commit to the roam clear. It's another 1-1 trade. I definitely agree with you. It feels like there's been an uptick. Maybe not just tonight, but across the week. There was a patch, of course, last night with a couple of balancing changes, but I don't think that would have been too impactful. Nitro in the meantime, and it's Daystar in the lead.
Yeah, it's the Monty down as well. Good Nitro from Souffle. Fiendzy low on health. 7-1 looking inevitable at this moment. Shav pushing down blue stairs. Giving that radar a good use. Pings out Yao. Yeah, just happy to play the fire extinguisher. Smoke up the hallway, fall back.
Oh,
That's going to be Zoshav dead.
and they'll just go back to site. And get rid of 4GG in the chat. I think from here they just look to stall. Triple smoke still up. Presumably Goyo util as well. Fienzy 408. Techno, last one standing. Oh, that's rough.
Wow, what a long angle with the SMG to finish it off from Seal, and that is it, 7-1. Well, that was a speed run for Daystar. There was never really a drop of sweat that even came down their foreheads. Never tested, not even close. Very dominant in the first half on the attack at Nighthaven Labs. The kind of games that skew the statistics when we get to finals and we look at Nighthaven Labs and we're sitting on the couch and we think, oh yeah, it's attacker sided. Well, these are the games that ruin those stats because Daystar just obliterated them in the first half. Far too good for their opponent. For HL Toure, well, what's been a rough stage continues. For Daystar, that's boot camp done. 2 quality opponents to come in play day 6 and 7, and then finals after that, which of course they will be there for finals.
Yeah, ended up being around about a 34-minute game inclusive of the halftime break. So for a 7-1, it was still pretty speedy work from Daystar, who will be pretty pleased with how they were able to enter the server and get out basically just as quickly. It was the kind of result that we expected heading into the night, but confirming it is a whole nother ball game. And look, there certainly have been upsets over the course of APL so far this particular stage. So credit to them in getting it done in such a fashion. Unfortunately, a rough stage continues for HR Toure, of course, playing tonight with a substitute as well, which certainly didn't aid, but unfortunately, they couldn't string together quite enough promising rounds. The one in which they did win, and there were a couple of other moments across the 8 rounds where they looked okay, but Daystar just dominant in so many other rounds. I think it crushed their hopes pretty early.
I think the only kind of shining light, there was a good couple of opening kills from Sunstrike. Killers ends up with 6 kills in the game, 97 EPS, and 62% cost in a 1-7 loss is actually quite decent, to be honest. I mean, he's only 13% off the likes of Azuki and Yao. Azuki started 8-1 and finishes 8-4, so he was very dominant in the first 4 or so rounds, and then just couldn't really do much more. Souffle was the one who was the MVP, 11-3 with a 156 EPS, and yeah, as alluding to for Daystar, now it's kind of like what's ahead. Yeah, they've gotten the job done. Giant tick, A+, pass mark, whatever you want to call it, throughout the stage thus far up to this point. They have been able to pass every test with flying colors. They were a little bit tested last week by Fury with that 7-5 victory, and then they finally get their first real dominant beatdown against an opponent so far. But now, as I said, with Saiken tomorrow and then Weibo on the final play date, now it really begins. We'll go to Azuki with our interview, fresh off of the win against their opponents. Azuki, congratulations on the win. Flawless so far through this stage, but you've got some quality opponents coming up in play days 6 and 7.
Yeah, hello guys. Yeah, we're gonna play Saiken Company next game, and we're gonna play Weibo as the final game. They're the final boss, yeah. Really hard.
The final boss. Oh, that should be a fun game. In this one, you had a fun moment in round 3 on the fuse with the post plant. How did that feel, being able to win the round from up above like that?
Oh, bro, I whiffed on the IT guy, and I don't know, bro. I just wanna try to fuse in because I think I'm whiffing a lot.
That's okay. You did good.
Yeah.
What's I guess the plans now for the stage ahead, the last 2 games of regular season and then finals? Since you will be playing finals, you've kind of had a pretty good schedule up to this point. Are you guys going to change anything going into the more difficult opponents and then eventually going into finals, or just kind of keep things the same?
We're just gonna keep the same thing, yeah. Not gonna change.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Azuki, for coming on and having a quick chat with us, and best of luck, of course, tomorrow against Saiken Company.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
So a dominant result for Daystar 7-1 against HL Esports. Not quite breaking the all-time record in terms of quickness, guys, but certainly one that was rapid. And coming up next is going to be Saltheart Esport and Elevate. This is going to be, at least the next 2 hours or so, is where we get matches that are going to have far more stakes up for grabs. This next one, you know, you kind of look at Saltheart, really need to win this to have a good chance at making top 4. For Elevate, of course, they're pretty much out of it. They're not really going to be able to make top 4, but they could play spoil.
It's funny, right? Elevate, they have such stacked names on that particular roster, but for whatever reason, they haven't been able to really connect the dots this stage. So maybe we'll see if they can pull off what would weirdly be an upset in this matchup. I think there is potential here for them to do a bit of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, that game is going to be on the other side.
What a game.
안녕하세요. 저는 레인보우 식시즈 프로게이머 하퍼고요. 에이펙 노스 지역에서 활동하고 있습니다. 제가 게임을 처음 시작하게 된 건 이제 가족의 영향이 제일 컸고요. 그 중에 특히 집에서 부모님 둘이서 이제 컴퓨터 2대를 가져다 놓고 같이 게임하는 걸 매우 좋아하셨고, 이제 집에도 플레이스테이션 2, 3, 1까지 다 있었어가지고 뭐 자연스럽게 그런 환경의 영향을 받은 것 같고요. 제가 제일 처음에 했던 게임은 메탈 기어 솔리드 2였고, 제가 제일 좋아했고, 뭐 컴퓨터도 있었어가지고 뭐 RTS, FPS, TPS 정말 여러 장르를 하면서 이제 FPS 할 때가 제일 즐거웠던 것 같습니다. 근데 저한테는 8살 아래 남동생이 있고, 남동생한테도 레인보우 식스를 추천을 해서 같이 해봤었는데, 한 중학교인가 초등학교 6학년 때 생각보다 잘하고, 제가 게임 지식만 알려주고 뭐 에임은 저보다 반응 속도나 이런 건 좋더라고요. 피가 이어져 있는지 모르겠는데 그래가지고 생각보다 즐겁게 했었어요. 스트레스도 안 받고 좀 못해도 귀여우니까. 특히 저희 아빠가 클라우드9에서 제의가 왔다는 소식을 듣고 제가 어떻게 할지 고민하는 척 연락을 해봤는데, 오히려 부모님이 더 좋아하시면서 절대로 해라, 너 이거 안 하면 너 끝이다 하면서 무조건 하라고 등 떠밀어 주셨던 기억이 있습니다. 아직 국제전 우승은 없어가지고 막 그렇게 특별한 기억은 없는데, 그래도 막 국내 대회 우승하거나 해외 진출한다고 했을 때 막 부모님이 막 회사 사람들한테 자랑하거나, 그리고 막 제 프로필 사진을 메신저 프로필 사진으로 바꿔놓는다거나 막 그런 건 보였어. 민망하기도 한데 뭐 한켠으로는 좀 뿌듯하기도 하고 나쁘지 않은 것 같아요. 본인한테 들은 얘기로는 운동선수 쪽으로 간다고 하고, e스포츠 커리어는 뭐 저랑 같이 게임했다 정도밖에 없는 것 같아요. 좀 복합적인 것 같은데, 그래서 저는 레인보우 식스를 플레이하기 전까진 다른 게임에서 경쟁심이라는 걸 딱히 느껴본 적이 없었는데, 이제 이 게임을 시작하고 나고 이제 저보다 약하다고 생각하는 사람들한테 지거나 할 때부터 약간 막 가슴에서 좀 불이 나는 듯한 느낌이 들으면서, 이게 뭔가 계속 열심히 하는 게 이제 꾸준히 반복되다 보니까 이렇게 된 것 같네요.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber!
Wow, that was special. crucial.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off him. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Information from the bees. It goes in. They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant. That's play of the year in my book. Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it.
There's the douse. He doesn't have the confirmation. He's going back. He's not quite sure. He definitely has a few seconds. Stick it, Ness. Stick it.
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ela. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC, Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical, the ace. Absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael. Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here for Playday 5 of APL Asia. As we continue on, we get ourselves now matches, guys, that hopefully are going to be a little bit closer in the action, and certainly games now that have far more meaning. While Daystar were able to trounce their opponents in HL Toure, the match not really mattering too much. It was always going to be a predicted overall result. We just didn't know how it was going to transpire. But in terms of this next game, Soul's Heart and Elevate, a little bit more on the line as we go and have a look at the rosters.
Yeah, let's have a look at these team lineups, because it was a point that I was sort of making before we jumped to the break, that this Elevate roster has pretty high profile names on it. Like, this is not the type of team I expected at the beginning of the stage to make waves or to do a lot of damage or to contest the likes of Weibo, but I certainly expected them to compete for a top 4 finish and make the finals. But currently heading into this play day, they're on 0 points, -16 round differential, so a lot of those results haven't been particularly close either, and now that door towards the top 4 is all but closed, barring a miracle from here. So it's been very rough for Elevate. I suppose the angle now that we can take is that they do have, again, so much experience on the team that they can look to build into stage 2, but I do fear that if they get completely stomped for the remainder of this stage, some of that goodwill may be lost between the members of this team, and they may not survive heading into stage 2. That's pure speculation on my part, but I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a roster shuffle if that is to be the case, because it just hasn't clicked for them, and I don't know if the long-term prospects for this team will be good enough for them to stick around.
Now, for what it's worth, Elevator not crossed off on Liquipedia, usually a pretty good case example that I think does still have some kind of path to making top 4, but as we were kind of speaking about yesterday on the Oceanic show, it's probably like one of those 0.1% opportunities to actually get the job done. Not only do they have to win this game, they'd have to win all their remaining games and a whole bunch of other permutations, which are very unlikely. So for all intents and purposes, I think Elevate's chance to make top 4 is about a 0.1% chance. For Soul's Heart, though, well, far more likely and far more of an opportunity if they can get the result here, get all 3 points. That would put Soul's Heart on 9 points going into the last 2 play days, where they would then play Orchid and they would play Psych and Company. By no means are those givens, and they're still going to have to fight pretty tooth and nail to actually get top 4. So for Soul's Heart, not quite the stage that they would have liked so far in terms of a team that has got so much quality. They're certainly behind Daystar, they're certainly behind Weibo, and what we've seen from Psych and Company so far, well, at the current present time, they're kind of behind them too. So there's this little logjam in the middle of the pack between, you know, Orchid, Soul's Heart, Psych and Company. I wouldn't completely count Fury out just yet either in terms of trying to close out the top 4 spots.
Yeah, and it means that Soul's Heart are under immediate pressure. Basically, this game onwards, must win. You don't want to be relying too much on other results to go your way. A loss here in particular would make the last 2 playdays for them basically do or die, competing against teams very close to them on the standings, still looking to lock themselves into a top 4 position. So similarly to the last game, Soul's Heart need to go in with the Daystar mentality of let's get this done, do it cleanly, try to bolster around differential, and then the other games will kind of just play them on their own merit, and not necessarily be too stressed, because a loss here would make those particular games extremely stressful.
Well, have times changed, or potentially just the jerseys? As Soul's Heart elevate throughout the years, we've seen, of course, these guys throughout, well, I think the last 6 years at the very least, maybe even 7. Soul's Heart, of course, meeting their past organization, and it's really just a case of sort of where they're at now compared to where they were when they were a heavy influence on that Elevate organization many times ago, or many years ago.
Yeah, it's been really enjoyable to watch these guys on their journey, and they've been at some of the highest highs within APL, and probably a reflection of just how difficult it is to stay there whilst they're still competitive. They aren't quite the same dominant force that they used to be, but still potential, as we keep saying, for them to make top 4, and they're always a dark horse. They're always a team that's well respected by their opposition.
Let's go to the map VODs best of 1 as per usual, see what map that we're going to see these 2 teams play on. I've already actually had a little sneak peek, so I'm ready to go for the stats. And to be fair, it bodes well for Soul's Heart here on the final flip, and it's not going to be Fortress. It is going to be Bank. Elevate will start on the attack. Soul's Heart have a 2-0 record, played it 2 weeks ago against Fury, comfortable 7-3 victory. The interesting thing for Elevate is the last time that we saw this team play it was 139 days ago which was, which this is making the year go by very quickly, was actually just back in February, but it was a 3-7 loss to Furia of all teams.
It wasn't even this roster, so.
And it wasn't even this roster, so we haven't seen them actually play it. But still, for Soul's Heart, I think they'll be pretty happy with getting to Bank.
Yeah, I would imagine so as well. Bank I like Bank. It offers some versatility for both rosters to kind of play around Soul's Heart. Should have a little more synergy and strategic depth on offer. Elevate, though, might be able to sneak rounds with that kind of mentality too. So this should be an interesting matchup. I think Soul's Heart still firm favorites. Elevate with big names, but not the results to back it this stage. Something like a 7-3, 7-4, pretty likely in my eyes.
Well, we'll see whether or not we can hit that 7-3 or a 7-4, or maybe Elevate could cause a big shock upset. Soul's Heart need this win. If they were to lose and it were to be an upset victory for Elevate, it would throw a real spanner in the works for Soul's Heart in their quest to make top 4 for what is the ultimate goal of qualifying for the Esports World Cup finals. And let's be real, this region is, well, historically one that's very difficult to qualify out of, just having Weibo within the region and their ultra dominance really over the last couple of years. Daystar's rise, the fall of the likes of Fury, who used to be in those conversations, this Soul's Heart roster itself, of course, used to be a team that would qualify for international events on the regular with only one slot, 2 really top teams, then 3 to 4 teams trying to get in the mix. It's an absolute bloodbath. You've got to win these games. You've got to continue to build form ahead of finals. Soul's Heart start Bank on defense. The bans Tachanka, Warden, and the double hard breach ban of Ace Habana, usually employed to make sure Kento cannot be opened up.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, and that's typically what does get banned out, the double hard breach from Soul's Heart, having a look back at some of that history. They also don't mind dabbling in the Blitz, Blackbeard, or the Grim. Grim probably the most likely of those options given the double hard breach ban, but we'll see if shields get exploited here by Elevate. I don't think they'd shy away from taking that out either. Barcode to initially select that here for Elevate, and an operator that he is particularly proficient on. Interestingly, the Zero also selected here in the opening round. Zero's primary, actually. Very quick note, last night was buffed. I haven't had a chance to actually jump inside of the server. He switches off it anyway to see how much better that gun may now be. It was a little tricky to tame in the past, and so that may be a little more comfortable now. There were a bunch of other very small tweaks. I don't think any of them really probably significant enough to change the pro meta much. Most notable one probably, though, being the Dokkaebi cooldown. We'll see Shibe actually selecting that here for the opening round. For reference, the payload now has a 7-second cooldown.
Yeah, I do wonder. I mean, for us, we haven't watched Asia this stage. You look at this lineup on paper, and if it was 4 or 5 years ago, I would have said this is the best team in the region. But it's not 4 or 5 years ago. I get a little bit of Kelton's Knights about this Elevate roster in some ways.
Yeah.
Of course, Elevate, this stage, 4-7 loss to Daystar, 0-7 beat down by Weibo. They were competitive against Psych and Company, 5-7 loss, and 3-7 to Orchid. So, I mean, like, it's not like they've been completely awful. You're expecting them to lose to the likes of Weibo. 0-7's unfortunate. And Carl over towards Square on the clear on the Solid Snake. A slow and steady start here in the opening round, but it's mainly because Soul's Heart not really giving too many opportunities to Elevate. Naturally, on a basement site, you're going to see the pacing slow. It's Barcode that goes down, though, on the Monty. DCH just winning the battle over towards Blue Stairs. I mean, something like that really shouldn't be happening at the top level. To lose the Monty like that and a solo push towards Blue, where's the backup? Where's the support? Where's the team play for Elevate on the attack?
I'm reloading.
Reloading, cover me.
Yeah, plenty of time remaining though in the round, but it is a fairly sparse attack. And Soul's Heart looking to leverage that. Double radar scan from the Snake offers info onto Mark and DCH. DCH of which is close over towards Blue Stairs, and Mark in the meantime does get caught out. So there's a world in which they can isolate this second pick, and in doing so, Elevate would give themselves the advantage. We'll see how they go about clearing this Blue Stairs position. They don't have a ton of utility. It could make it tough if Shebait confirms the kill in the meantime. They have some Grim Bees that they could maybe look to leverage here, but I don't think DCH will be too deterred. Gets some last-minute barbed wire delivered in his position. Also has the kit to play off, of course, as well. 30 seconds, and it's a triple stack from Souls Heart. Okay, we'll see how this goes.
Hard breaching.
And Aikal with a slow push is not going to find any success. Scatman over towards servers, making sure that if there is anyone to slip into the site, he's ready for it. Hysteric's trying that over towards Garage as Shibe just going to pick the hatch. This round's done. Even if he gets that kill, doesn't have the kit. We'll go for it now, but DCH, who kind of started it all by getting the solo kill into Barcode on the Monty, finishes it off. Souls Heart will get a pretty comfortable opening round to start on bank.
Yeah, pretty bold there from Souls Heart, going for the double stack blue. Presence dirt late. But I think they had a pretty good idea that Elevate were going to commit to that position, and they backed themselves in to win it out. Early to mid round there from Elevate was scattered. Certainly not poor, but Souls Heart had afforded themselves that advantage to take a little more risk there towards the end. They leveraged that well.
Attackers need to
Pretty
locate
well deserving there of the opening round win. Top floor will be the next site of choice. Early signs, it is only the first round, that it's of course basement attack. A little concerning for Elevate, and maybe reaffirming that this stage really isn't going to be theirs, but we'll see how this one develops. Fingers crossed it will be close again. I still expect them to get a handful of rounds, 3, maybe 4 in this matchup. And Souls Heart, though, are here to play. It should ultimately be dominant in their favor. As we prepare for this top floor, the Sense repick from Elevate. So we could see some action with the direct CEO hit. Ying as well to help facilitate that. Interestingly, they're electing to bring the primary thermite, so that also strongly indicating top square breach to be opened up, and then they'll look to leverage repel play.
I gotta say, I mean, it's a strange sight to see Elevate as an organization just at the very bottom of the standings, 0 points through 4 games. And likely it's going to probably be 5 after, you know, years of being a shining light within this region. Even with the Brazilian experimentation, still at least a strong roster that was competing. It just kind of feels like a little bit of a reset, I think, for the org at this time. What they plan to do in future, who knows? But I can't imagine they'll stay down the bottom for too long. Top floor for Souls Heart in this round. It's I9 on the Soulless Blue stairs to get some information. Find these drones as they come through. The Sends along with the Ying in this round, past the Dockerby, expecting the aggression, and they go for it. The CEO office plant will not be successful. Tolji forced off back over towards top square. But at the very least, they find the open kill. Hysteric's onto DCH. I9's going to have to get involved. Coming from blue stairs, they do again deny Tolji the ability to get this plant. I9 heard coming out of blue stairs. Scatman, that shuts down Shibe. No more RUs available. And then I9 catching out NI Kyle well off site over towards Starford open area. Mark will fall to Hysterics, who's found 2 in the round now. Like a payload call on to Mr. Punch. He probably does need to answer this call as well. Very low on health. I9 already ate his call. Still a minute remaining in this round due to the early aggression from Elevate. Mr. Punch ready for the swing from Hysterics. Very sharp indeed.
Yeah, now they've been afforded the advantage. Tolji is critically low on HP. Souls Heart in a commanding position now. Strong chance of closing out the round. The HP advantage there for I9. Serving him well. Landed the headshot in the end. Souls Heart taking round 2. And it's been a very comfortable start to the game for them. Not really a whole lot to comment on for them. Elevate, trying to brute force a couple of ideas. I don't think they're starved of ideas. It's more so execution based at the moment for them. Coordination probably not quite at the level that is needed to beat Souls Heart, who are again a very well respected opponent in the region and have been for some time, even with their ups and downs. I like to go over towards open area for round 3 to complete this rotation. And as these rounds compound, the chances of Elevate winning this matchup and subsequently keeping their head above water for finals, which is already very low, becomes less and less by the minute.
I don't mind the round though from Elevate. When you have a game plan, whether it works or it doesn't, at least they had something in mind that they wanted to do in the round. There were a couple of moments where Tolji got pretty close on that plant timer, and as we know, if you can get that plant side of CEO, play the repel, play top square, it's a difficult retake for defense. Just never was able to stick that plant. Soul's Heart, to their credit, just didn't panic at any moment either. Just off an open area. Third round, third different site, and that's a free drone for DCH. He's got himself a drone over towards top square. Oh, almost lost his life to Shiba, even as he got back over towards front desk. He took one last bullet. That gets him down to 1 HP.
He's going to keep holding the line. He hasn't been too deterred. Bit of information gathering efforts elsewhere then from Elevate, sending drones up towards this top floor, likely in preparation for the contest. Tolji as well on the clutch drones for this one too. And quite a bit of utility in the mute and the Mozzie that he can look to disrupt as this punch takes the fight over towards Jan. Barcode draws first blood, and DCH, who was so low on HP, still able to have impact in the round. That may prompt I9 to go for the retake up above, but now spots red ping down below Teller's side. DZH may be trying to activate upon that. Mr. Punch as well will also move forward as well. Banana side. I didn't spot if that was defused, but if it was, that's not great for Elevate. And IKAL still with a trade.
Oh, that's a tight angle. Able to get a bit of damage through the wall onto Mr. Punch. I9 gets rid of Barcode. They know where NIKAL's coming from as well, over towards Stock. And was kit down, by the way. I9, bit more health. Easy swing with a Vector. Headshot confirmed. Tolji towards Admin. 1v3. And Soul's Heart can play the diffuser now if they want to as well. This late into the round. Beeper's giving away the information. Gets rid of the Banshee. Soul's Heart would just be hearing all of this. That man above inside a janitor. I9 over towards square. Mr. Punch actually right at the hallway. Gets the swing kill from the elevator position. It's 3 straight for Soul's Heart. They go around the world comfortably, heading into the extra bands and then into basement.
Yeah, I wonder what the additional bans will end up being for this particular matchup, especially on the side of the attack, what Soul's Heart want to elect to deal with. Historically here on Bank, as I mentioned prior, typically a toss-up between the shields or Grim. And they actually go for the Ying instead, so a unique option for them, typically not in their ban set, or at least it hasn't in the couple of games that we have data on. Out of the ban phase, Elevate call their one and only tactical timeout for the map. It's a pretty gloomy face. Is probably not too thrilled with how this match has started. Soul's Heart on top and by a pretty significant margin at the moment.
I mean, there have been some elements where Elevate have been able to be contesting. 2 of the 3 opening kills, getting close to that plant attempt in the second round. The first round was a travesty, really. I mean, it's just the way that it played out. I mean, but it is also the site that you can be somewhat more forgiven in losing. And that third round, again, decent start. You get the opening kill onto Mark. We're able to get DCH very low on the Mozzie, but then he was still able to get a kill. Just little moments that continue to go the way of Soul's Heart. By the way, little fun, interesting thing. We'll see if this can continue, but the opening kills 140, 138. 136, 134 here in the 4th round would continue that. But every time I bring those kind of stats up, they stop for some reason.
Yeah, I think I've learnt my lesson to just be silent. So down to basement then. Noting as well, the Goyo also unavailable, banned out by Elevate. And a pretty targeted ban on this side where the Goyo offers a lot of stall at util late, especially for a default hit. Elevate may be looking to plan for that. They wanted to try and go for it last time out, but Soul's Heart double stacked blue stairs, had presence dirt. They fully invested into preventing Elevate from getting close to the objective. It's probably a kind of strategy that will be a bit of a one-off. The util lineup here from Elevate looks a lot better, whereas last time, lacking projectiles to clear that position, they were forced into gunfights. The inclusion as well of the Nook for this round opens up Lurk potential Garage. I love that inclusion. And then what has turned out to be a pretty effective combination so far this stage, the Snake and the Dokkaebi for info gathering.
DCH gets to play the blue stairs position again with a Thorn shotgun. I have a feeling Elevate will have learnt their lesson though. Are they ready for I-9? Playing front desk. Mr. Punch getting to help him maybe watch from below. Does get tagged up. Honestly, could have been dead. Fortunate to still be alive. Oh, good swing from NICal. I do wonder if they maybe droned out I-9 because that double swing looked as if they had the information. And with that opening kill, you get rid of a strong player. You get another opening kill. That's 3 straight now for Elevate. At some point, you're going to have to start to capitalize on these. With Mr. Punch low, I could easily envision a 5v4.
Maybe Soul's Heart
5v3, sorry.
Yeah, could have been if Mark got caught, but takes a peek, falls back. In the meantime, though, Scatman has made his way up blue stairs. As there is the 5 versus 3. And so this is a good position for Elevate, 70 seconds on the clock. Scatman's still a concern, though, as he rotates top square. He's really the only win condition now left for Soul's Heart, presuming those on site get overwhelmed.
I think he's trying to track maybe the kit from Tolji over towards Tellers, and he's just kind of looking down below, hoping his team... Oh, I don't know what just happened there. Mark just looked like he completely froze up in that animation. Well, Elevate are going to find the opening round for them. A flawless one at that. And Soul's Heart trying to play it largely off-site. They just lost I-9, and then they had other players as well. Mr. Punch got tagged up very heavily early, and it all just started to fall apart. Better from Elevate. Really good clear, good composure, took their time, cleared out the roam, never had to deal with the site. That's probably a bit annoying if you're Soul's Heart when you're playing Locker's CCTV and you don't really get to play the actual site. That's largely your own doing. I think when you're playing a team like Elevate, you probably just want to play a little bit more conventional on that particular site. The other sites, yeah, you can kind of do what you want, but yeah, just force them to have to clear you, play the time, deal with the utility. In fairness, though, I will add to that and a counter argument to myself. You don't have Tachanka, you don't have Goya, you don't have Warden, so you are a little bit weakened for that particular strategy. That's the point of the bans for Soul's Heart, and it works out for them.
10 seconds remaining. I'm reloading. 5 seconds left.
I need to mount more rounds than this, though, if they are to shape up and look competitive for this second half. Reattempt now over towards the top floor. Last time out, Soul's Heart, of course, taking the win. 3 players up at the conclusion of that round. In fact, the first 3 rounds, which all went the way of Soul's Heart, they had 3 members remaining. It was a pretty definitive start to the match for Soul's Heart, and Elevate now looking to try and fight their way back into contention. Double repel early on site. They bring the 0 actually into the fray this time, so looking to gather information, bit of util clearance potential as well there with the Argus launcher. They dropped the sense though, and so I do wonder how they're looking to lay util site if direct is the game plan. Certainly all well and good to posture like this, but actually setting up for the on-site hit is really tough if you don't have the appropriate utility. Anchors on site like Mr. Punch, for example, in a good position to deny that from Jan. Maybe they look to now transition to a bit of lurk potential. I9 can contest, and Cal archives in a very good position here. Should win it. Does, just. So advantage elevate. Looking pretty good here in the 5th round.
It's kind of concerning for your Soul's Heart, though, when you've lost 4 opening straight duels, and 2 of those have now been back-to-back I9, when he's playing the Solus too. Yeah, just showing a little weakness here to close the first half after the opening 3 rounds. Whatever that timeout was said, it's clearly worked wonders for Elevate. And Ikel's done a great job on these entries. Twice now he's been able to get I9. Burger payload onto Mr. Punch will answer that safely towards Janitor. And Shiba to double down. Gets rid of DCH and a second as well. It might be back-to-back flawless for Elevate. Mark cannot turn around and hit the shot. 3 from Shiba to close the round. And we've got a game. Just like that. 2 straight for Elevate. And on paper, these rounds have actually started to look a little bit dominant. It's 4 straight opening kills. Back-to-back flawless. If they can get this next round, 3-3-half, puts them in good stead going to their defense. Soul's Heart need to be cautious here. They've got far more on the line. They've got far more at stake. You do not want to be dropping this game.
No, it is starting to get a little bit sketchy for them. Elevate have certainly turned it up to another notch off the back of the attack timeout. Building a little bit of a streak now. Into basement, it's going to be a real challenge, but a win here in an equal scoreline makes the game very, very competitive and intriguing heading into the second half. And I don't quite have the same confidence for Soul's Heart on attack as I do for defense. It is though bank, so it can be a little more open. It'll very much be taking it at a one-round mentality, not just for the players, but for us as well, I suppose, where it can be difficult to foresee how this match will eventuate. For this basement site, though, once again, Elevate seemingly going to lean into the 0 for the flank watch information. Hysteric's onto the Rayora for this round, and I'm very intrigued to see how that will be utilized, although we'll switch to Nomad. So dedicated flank watch, physical flank watch alongside the 0. And the Blackbeard, which ultimately Soul's Heart elected not to ban out, also will be picked up by Barcode. Does mean that the attack only with the secondary hard breach told you. See if that limits them in this round. Early fight from Barcode as he pressures Dirt side. DCH low on HP, but Barcode will peel back for now.
Soul's Heart do still have a timeout. But going into the halftime break will give them an opportunity to also reset. They finally get themselves an opening kill, and it's onto the dangerous Anikel. DCH, this is aggressive. He's so low on health as well. At the moment, doesn't have a lot of help besides this Yokai. The Yokai doesn't also connect. I don't think it stuck onto the roof the way that Scoutman intended. Had it, he would have got the burst onto the Blackbeard, and that may have then been a kill for DCH. That's a moment that goes begging now for Soul's Heart. Opens things up for Elevate. They've got server control. There's another Yokai within CCTV. A Nitro for Mark and 3 gas babes for Mr. Punch. In terms of denial, late in the round, there is still plenty for the defense. A good early position now for Elevate has been established.
Yeah, triple gas babe for Mr. Punch here will be critical. And I9 hasn't dropped and peeled open area, so he could even go as far as to flank main or square late as well. The good positions are currently held from Soul's Heart. Elevate will need to pull off something pretty crazy here server side, and they're stacking for the default hit. Hysterics will play pinch elsewhere garage side. He'll be hoping that he doesn't get revealed on cam.
I think they've got this yokai. I think through the zero they've got it. I haven't seen Scatman touch it even once, unless he's really making sure to not give it away. Mark did get the kill into barcode, and Shibe then falls. I9 with a very timely kill, needed that. As Scatman now gets to really watch for this garage push from Hysterics, and he is able to connect. Well, unfortunately, the attack of Elevate comes to a swift end after a pretty good start. Able to get that server control, but no more. And in the end, the impact from I9 connects. Well, a 3-0 start for Soul's Heart looked amazing. A little comeback from Elevate, a 4-2 half. Does still put Soul's Heart in a good position going onto the attack here on Bank. So as we get it underway with the second half, it is Soul's Heart that lead 4-2, but Elevate putting up a decent fight. Now, I didn't come into this game, guys, expecting a total, 7-1, 7-2 kind of result for Soul's Heart. Elevate have got enough quality on the roster, and clearly based on their previous performances, despite being on 0 points, no wins, they've been at least somewhat competitive in a lot of their matches. Really, only the Weibo game. We're getting a little bit more of that again here tonight. The question will simply come down to, can they finally get over the line, get a result, get something from this match as they go defense now on Bank, basement to start. Clearly they're within this game. Or is this going to end up being like many of the games that have happened this stage where they end up losing, that 7-4, 7-5?
Yeah, it's been an intriguing one so far, and it again puts us in a position where I think it's quite tricky to sort of predict how it shapes up from here. I'll still stand by my initial read on the match that 7-3, 7-4 in favor of Soul's Heart still likely, but Elevate showed some good fight, and that was especially off the back of a pretty poor start in this map, but they turned it around after that tactical timeout, and we're able to find some limited success, although struggling on that basement reattempt. It was the third time that side appeared, and 2 out of 3 occasions Soul's Heart had what it took to get the job done, and that puts them now in a good position. It's not particularly commanding though, and they'll still have to show good prowess on attack themselves into basement for this first round. And Elevate with a very old school bunker setup here. They'll bring the Chenka and the Goyo. The Fender is an intriguing inclusion. I do wonder if Shibe actually will try and utilize that info to play a little more aggressive off-site as opposed to layering that on the objective. Also offers good coverage against the back hit as well. Although I doubt that will be the play here from Soul's Heart with the sense selected here from Mark. Anticipation probably for the default drop, but we'll see.
7 for I9. He's been very, very lively. It's no surprise, actually, the 2 rounds that Solsart have lost, he was the opening death in both of those. Clearly always a pretty heavy influence on this roster. And needs to make sure he stays alive as he looks to push down main stairs. Gets a bit of contact from Elevate. Judging by their lineup, I don't think they're going to be playing too long on this first floor. IKL barcode should be dropping pretty soon. Interestingly enough, though, it's Hysterics on the Tachenka playing the blue stairs position at the moment. It may look to swap later in the round. Oh, and IKL couches Scatman. He stays a little longer over towards admin and is rewarded. Now you very much can fall back play site, but they still stick around.
See how long this lasts. Barcode charging forward through staff to open. And presumably now actually reinforcing that position instead of immediately scampering down the hatch. But now in a position where he can drop and does so. So pretty big net win in the end here for Elevate in this round. And Solsart will need to pick themselves back up. Losing the striker, not completely devastating in the context of utility, but on this gun, on this site is always a big loss for the attack. Probably ends up being a case where they'll look to get the utility from Mark on the sense deployed, drop, send it, and basically see what happens from there. As the last of the hard breach will be deployed. I9 is going to be pivotal in this round. I do wonder where they look to posture him. Don't know where he's running because the hatches, or at least elevator wasn't open, but he'll go gold side instead. Now though, with a 2-player disadvantage, Sol's Heart and their chances of winning this round are very close to 0.
Yeah, I mean, 20 seconds, 5v3. It would take a monster effort. And I9 just shot in the back. This one's done. It's going to be 3 to 4. Good start for Elevate on their defense. Lockdown defense here on basement. Good early pressure as well. Start for open area. Honestly, a little disappointed from Sol's Heart in their overall attack. They didn't really offer a whole lot. I'm starting to get a little bit worried for them. Mark's having a very, very poor game at the moment too. Need to get far more out of him. An Elevator in this game, again, like they've probably been for a lot of this stage, they've been in a lot of their games. You know, even against Daystar, back on play day 1, they had a 3-3 first half. They were competitive. They just struggled to get attacking rounds on club. That happens to the best of us. Elevate against Weibo, of course, they got absolutely decimated. You put that one down as to a whatever. They're just that good. Chalet, 5-7 loss to Psych and Company. That was also a 3-3 first half. And even last week, 3-7 to Orchid, another 3-3 first half. They just couldn't get attacks on Lair. I honestly think they're in a pretty good position now. Clearly, attacking hasn't quite been a strong suit for them. They've been in all of their games for the first half, except for the Wavo game. And this now being 3-4 as they're on basement, they're on defense. On bank, I think there's a good chance they could cause a little upset here. This is now where it gets a bit dicey for Sol's Heart.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, it does. And dicey may be the key theme of the night for Sol's Heart on reflection. If they do go on to lose this game or even go on and have an overtime result and leak some points, then their run home looks even more challenging, directly taking on the opposition close by them on the standings. Every round from here on out feeling like the pressure is starting to rise. And that's certainly for Sol's Heart. Elevate have far less to play for in this matchup. For them, they're still incredibly unlikely to make the top 4, irrespective of how well they play from today onwards. Damage already done earlier in the stage where they had their struggles in trying to synergize this team. The Brava here from Sol's Heart selected into the Maestro. And DZH will be looking to counter this utility.
And it just can't be all down to I9. They need Mark to really step up. A couple more kills as well from the likes of Scatman and DCH. Mr. Punch playing the Monty can help facilitate. Rayora in play. Gate over towards front desk. 5 of the last 6 rounds, Elevate have gotten that first kill. They've just been better in the early portion of the rounds. It's setting them up for the late game. This is where Soul's Heart are going to be a bit more careful. Hence maybe the Monty. Well, there you go. Bang on, Scatman. Opening kill onto Hysterics. The Warden goes down, but Mark again is just unable to win any gunfight. 1 and 7. They lose the Grim. No more Kawan Hive Launcher. As NIKL falls, that's a big player off the table. He's been solid playing the Azami, but yet another trade. Told you, very low here on the Maestro. Battling up against the Monty, not really what you want to see when you're on 1 HP. Good swing from Barco, but Told you eventually does fall. Creates the 1v2, and a great sharp shot from Scatman. Well, just what the doctor ordered for Soul's Heart. I honestly think they desperately needed that round. Just to keep a good little margin on the overall scoreboard.
Yeah, I think we could see their top floor just favoring that particular style of play from them a little better. It was a lot more challenging for Elevate to stall out that particular push, and when the momentum started rolling their way, especially facilitated there by the Monty, it was very difficult to sort of stall that out, maintain pressure and presence in the round. They lost out on the trade game, and then Soul's Heart with a minute on the clock still, and in a 2 versus 1. They did the hard work early in that round, and they were rewarded. Open area, then another opportunity for them to get around on the board. As they look to well and truly squash any momentum that Elevate were attempting to build. It's a good test as well for the defense here on the tertiary. Elevate elect not to go immediately back down to basement, wanting to tick this one off the list and then go forwards from there.
10 seconds left before insertion.
A win here would set themselves up for a basement second floor lockout for overtime.
5 seconds to go.
It's a full attacker switch though on the flip side for Soul's Heart into this round.
Attacker's objective
And
is
the
to locate
lineup
bombs
here
and
with the
defuse
Ram selected, probably suggesting CO across.
Yeah, so prior to that last round win for Soul's Heart, it was 3 from 4 for Elevate. So if it had been 4 from 5, the momentum would have well and truly shifted. Don't forget, Soul's Heart won the opening 3 rounds of this game and looked like they were on track to make this, quite a one-sided match. And credit to Elevate for fighting back the way that they have, but they've got to keep that train going. Can't stop now. Shibe onto the Oryx. And one thing that has been pretty evident, Elevate certainly have not looked scared at all in this match. Even in the earlier rounds in the first half that they weren't winning, I think they were always looking pretty confident in their ability to take gunfights. And they saw that to start this half on the defense with the staff open admin play that they employed. Terror will get rid of that castle barricade, watched on though by Elevate. Soul's Heart really taking their time with a lot of these attacking rounds. We've only had 1 opening kill within the first minute. So the overall pacing here for a bank, it's been on the slower side. And smack bang on halfway through this 9th round, it's NIKL with yet another opening kill. That's his 4th straight for the team. 4 out of 6 overall. Shibe taken low. Swing again from NIKL's. Lovely top main stairs to clear out I9, and now they've got the 2-player advantage. Make it 1 with the trade quickly towards stock from DCH. Need it that desperately.
Yeah, 60 seconds now remains, and Elevate in a pretty good position to try and bunker down on this objective. Still though a 2-2 split from them. With a double stack open area, and then Hysteric Shibe up above. Shibe notably on low HP as well. If he can get caught out by Soul's Heart, that would go a long way in equalizing this half. It's DCH to look forward for the contest, but completely ignores Janitor.
Yeah, that's weird. And it kind of just forces Soul's Heart now. 30 seconds, 2v4. Turn their attention more directly towards the site. But Scatman clearly aware there's still presence up above. Can be main stairs. Does catch out Shibe, who was low. Very, very low. Scatman's position now known towards beepers. This makes it even easier for Elevate. There's the Teller's swing, but yeah, well read by Scatman. Well, 2 left, 8 seconds. This point, you've got to send it. Elevate can just play the hiding game. Don't have to peek. They certainly will not. It's 4-5. Elevate keep the good times going. After a 3-round differential lead for Soul's Heart, it remains still again at 1. Elevate are firmly in this match. And every round from here on out is going to be ultra tense for Soul's Heart. They've got 5. They need 6 to at least get 1 point guarantee. But honestly, guys, they need all 3, considering the logjam in the middle of the pack for finals.
Yeah, absolutely. An OT win for Elevate could prove costly. But as I mentioned previously, even for Soul's Heart, an overtime win or loss, that too could prove pretty costly for a top 4 finish as well. So this match has developed into one that's pretty compelling in the end. It didn't look great at the start, but Elevate have kicked into gear and now trail by just the 1 round. As we look back at the 9th, again, doing the hard work early and then putting themselves in good positions where even late they could throw a couple bodies and it's not too influential on the outcome of the round. Have the safety now of basement, and then elect to return to the top 4. Tick those both off. It's OT at least secured, so they find themselves strangely in a pretty good spot here. And they'll be sensing and they'll be eager to try and go on and get their first points of the stage.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to insertion.
And again, a reminder for Elevate, they can technically still make finals, but that's that 0.1% path there. So many things need to go their way beyond even just winning out and getting all 3 points in all their remaining games, including this one, which they're on the nice edge. They need to win 3 straight. Lose a single round and they are completely out of finals. But the emphasis on it isn't really all too great because, well, they're, again, very unlikely to make it anyway. Soul's Heart, certainly a red-hot chance. Need to convert here on bank. Hi, Carl. Again, Elevate more than happy to try and find these opening kills early in the round. Pressure towards ATMs. And hi, Carl getting a little desperate there with the push over towards Spiral. They are searching, but Soul's Heart have been, again, pretty slow with their entries in towards the building. They've got some lobby control, and that's it. It's a 4-stack lobby right now for Soul's Heart. What are they planning? Is it potentially a vault drop that they want to do? Yeah, whatever they're doing, Elevate clearly are sensing that they're maybe a bit vulnerable. There's the sneak up, and Barcode has gotten a big fright.
Yeah, that was a very half-hearted lurk from Barcode and punished well there by Soul's Heart. Shibe as well gets caught on the trade attempt, and so it's advantage Soul's Heart. And well, this is a disappointing way for Elevate to capitulate when it felt like the ramp for them was laid out. The 2 primaries into the potential OT. At least basement should have been a very high percentage of conversion. They've seemingly squandered that opportunity, which may leave them reeling. Gives now Soul's Heart some breathing room. Operating under the assumption that they can go on to confirm this round, and it's never over until it's over. They'll posture up above for now, probably, if needed, go for the flood late.
Oh,
Hysterics to tuck into server, and DCH haphazardly pushes that position.
Well, he's not expecting a server hold in a 5v3 with under a minute left. I mean, that's Hysterics just making a play. Get it into a bit of an off. Even this push here, like, you're not expecting the push up top blue. Elevated throwing caution to the wind, but Soul's Heart are dropping Vault. And that's going to be disappointing for Hysterics, who thought he was making another big play. Server into blue stairs push. NI Carl into CCTV. But what this does do is opens up the Lockers site for a rare Lockers plant. They won't get it down because they got the kills. With that, Elevate are now officially out of finals, and Soul's Heart have got 2 match point opportunities.
Yeah, solid work there from Soul's Heart. They were very disciplined on the map clear. Clearly, Elevate a little unsettled. Went fishing for information over towards Tellers and Archives, and that proved to be very, very costly. Hysterics did his best, looking to make plays late, but it was too little, too late. Credit to Soul's Heart. It's been certainly a challenging match for them, and I don't think we've seen them at their best. But they've done enough here and shown enough synergy that they should be able to formulate a result. All things considered, pretty sharp in that last round. Top floor selected then from Elevate, electing not to double down below. They'll test their fortunes on the top floor. Once again, they will bring the Maestro and the Velk. Last time out, that did prompt the Brava selection from Soul's Heart using the Clutch drones to try and counter that particular info gathering. It was DCH to switch over last time. We'll see if that is the case this time around, although early indications that he may go for the IQ instead, so a little bit more of a destructive counter. The IQ scanner actually getting a very small buff last night as well. A bit more meterage, so we'll see if that has influence on this particular round. The Blitz as well, instead of the Monty for this top floor hit.
Soul's Heart have had a bit of a scare here on Bank, but it seems like they're navigating it. Mark's still just the 1 kill, 1 and 8. So they've, for all intents and purposes, done this almost 4v5, at least in the fragging department. Obviously, Mark, in terms of the roles that he's been playing, a lot of those supportive roles, played Smoke predominantly in the first half, a lot of Twitch play, bit of Monty. I'm looking at Mr. Punch. I always just get those two confused. Capital Grim. He's the support man. Now playing, of course, the Thermite. It's Mr. Punch. Playing the Zoph. Is looking for that kill. Can't find it. Lost out to Hysterics with the DMR and the Aruni. Opening kill again for Elevate. And a big success for them.
Whoa.
The opening kill conversion has been 100% since the 4th round. Henaikel, good swing stock onto DCH. Keeps the advantage with Elevate. Nitro Self from Henaikel. Doesn't connect. He's gotten up to double digits. Mark goes down again. Elevate are going to get this to 5-6. Unless Scatman wins the 1v4. He's gotten 1. Has a minute now in the 1v3. This puts the pressure on Soul's Heart, because if this goes overtime, they can no longer get all 3 points, and that could have big ramifications.
Yeah, they threw caution to the wind this round and took a lot of isolated fights without much groundwork. And naturally, that's going to favor the defense. So it was high risk from Soul's Heart trying to ego their way through the round. And they've been caught out. They've been exposed. And Elevate get 1 step closer towards potentially pushing overtime. That is remarkable. I think the way in which Soul's Heart have decided to play out that round is questionable, to say the least. They can beat these guys. They can beat Elevate with their synergy and strategy alone. Taking a stack of isolated fights like that, it's very risky. As I said, they get exposed, and now they need to fight through basement, which, sure, it may have looked easy last time out. Soul's Heart did a good job in clearing the roam, but that was largely off the back of Elevate searching for information, and the roam itself was pretty half-hearted. If Elevate backed themselves in, either with a proper anchor and turtle strategy here, or they invest in a proper roam and make it more challenging for Soul's Heart here, there's certainly no guarantee that Soul's Heart can walk away with all 3 points. And ultimately, this could actually end up being mutual destruction, right? Elevate can't get full points already. There's a world in which Soul's Heart can't get full points. And ultimately, it doesn't necessarily rule Soul's Heart out, but it could mean that going forward, both teams aren't going to make the top 4.
Yeah, this becomes a big round. I mean, there is a world in which if Soul's Heart win in overtime, that they can still obviously qualify by no means. And what actually
just making it more difficult for themselves.
No, it does make it more difficult, but they do still play Orchid and they do still play Psych and Company. So they do play the 2 teams that are directly around them. You beat those 2, you not only are you getting, you know, the 2 to 3 points, but you're also denying them.
Yeah.
But you also do want to have a nice little buff up. By the way, that is our match after this, which is going to be an intriguing one. Orchid versus Syken Company. Big round coming up. Elevate searching for their first point of the stage. They've been in this position before. Just last week against Syken Company. It was a 5-7 loss. That one was on Chalet. They got the comfort of lockers and CCTV. Shibe got taken low early to begin with. But his job on the Goya is already done with the Vulcan canisters that have been pre-placed. Scatman, though, lovely early lurk over towards Garage.
Yeah, it's a free kill.
Deep.
If an Heikel drops, it's a free kill. So if they flush out open area correctly, here in Scatman persists. Oh, I told you didn't see him.
He didn't see him.
Again, so it still remains a free kill as long as Open gets pressured correctly and then Heikel follows suit and drops as expected. It should be a free kill.
Oh, they get the kill anyway, and then gets the kill onto Tolji, and then the push out from Hysterics. It completely falls to pieces for Elevate. For the second time this stage, they're going to fall short of points. In the final round of regulation, a wonderful set play from Soul's Heart, and this is kind of what you were alluding to, guys, in terms of they've had the ability to beat them, but it feels like at times they've been toying with Elevate. Shibe does get the headshot on to miss the punch, but he's so low on health. Needs to probably get this one too, but the shots don't connect, and the main stairs push can now eventuate.
Yeah, Shibe's in a rough position. Barco caught on the cross, a 1v4.
Well, in the end, Soul's Heart, a little bit of a scare, but not the full fright. Excited that Shibe doesn't do anything too silly, of which he will not. 7-5, and it's escape against the Elevate for Soul's Heart. All 3 points secured, but so much work still to do this stage. The real tests, the real games for them are only just beginning. They've got Orchid tomorrow. Then on the final playday, Syken Company. Those are going to be the big games. Those will be the games that will determine their fate for top 4. But at the very least, did not drop the bundle here tonight.
Yeah, it didn't drop any points. That's the main takeaway. 7-5, probably a little more lopsided to Elevate than they would have liked, and certainly more than I expected. And I think a large part of that was in a couple of rounds there, just a couple, Soul's Heart lacked discipline. And ultimately, it doesn't prove costly in this matchup. But this was against an opposition that was significant below their level heading into the night. They need to be really cautious, I think, against Orchid, against Syken Company, that they just tighten up a bit more sharp around the edges. Otherwise, they could get caught out to a more significant degree. And in those kinds of matchups where it's going to be so tight in the standings, they will be massively influential on their run towards the top 4. So Soul's Heart continued to look good, but we just need to hold our expectations for now, because the top 4 is certainly not guaranteed given how competitive that mid pack is.
Well, NIKL can hold his head high. He had a wonderful performance. 4 opening kills, 12-8 with a 123 EPS. Clearly the standout for his team. Scatman, the MVP of the game, 13-5 with a 131 EPS, 75% cost. He was the standout in the end. It's an escape for Soul's Heart. I do wonder, sometimes you can get these sort of results and it's just kind of the one-off in some ways, and then for other teams it can also then bleed into future potential results. We've got our interview ready. It is Scatman coming in to chat with us, the MVP of the game as well. Scatman, congratulations on the win. A little bit of a scare against the old boys.
Yeah, but we got a game, no problem. Even the score is not like almost 4 layers or something like that, but we won.
Yeah, you guys did win. How did it feel inside of the server though? Was it a little bit stressful at some times, or did you guys feel like you were in control for most of that match?
You mean on defense side or attack side?
Both sides, because I got there was some moments on both sides. Did it feel different on attack to defense maybe?
Yeah, like their pitch style, like they love to swing when we on attack and when we defend. I think with our defense we can control the game that really well, because we can get a first kill in some round, but like in a round on 4 or 5 we didn't make it well, but it's still okay.
How do you think the team's traveling at the moment, Scatman? Obviously, Daystar, Weibo, they look like the top two teams in the region. Only the one slot, which makes things a little bit more tense. How do you feel like you guys are tracking going in towards finals and the push towards finals?
Yeah, like to be honest, Daystar and Weibo, they are really good team to beat. It's not easy to beat them, but we will try our best. We will figure it out what our style that we're gonna counter against them. So if we can qualify for playoff, so we're gonna do something for them.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Scatman, for coming in and having a chat with us. Best of luck tomorrow as well.
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Well, in the end, it is, well, times have changed, but it's the same result for these guys. They've gotten another win. They beat out the old organization. They escape with all 3 points, barest of margins with the 7-5 victory, but a win, that's all that matters. And then you move on to tomorrow where they've got themselves another test. For us on this broadcast, still 2 games to go. Team Orchid and Psych and Company, that's the big one really. And a little bit of a follow-up to Soul's Heart just escaping against Elevate. Had they dropped points there, it would have changed things a little going into the next game. But nevertheless, we are going to get a winning result between either Orchid or Psych and Company. The loser of that game will be a little bit more stressed going into their last 2 games.
Yeah, look, if Orchid walk away with all 3 points in that matchup, it means we'll have 3 teams tied on 9 points, still in the battle for the top 4. So that would make things most interesting, but probably not the expected result, right? Psych and Company have been good, but in comparison to the earlier 2 games, this one really should, on paper, be close. So we'll see if that's actually the case.
Let's go to a break. When we come back here, the battle for top 4 continues to heat up here in Asia.
제가 처음 시즈를 만나게 된 건 중학교 1학년쯤에 유튜브에 올라온 2014 트레일러? 그거를 딱 봤는데 이 게임이 되게 제 취향이랑 맞을 것 같은 거예요. 되게 전술적이고 막 CQB의 1인칭 FPS에 되게 매력적으로 느껴가지고 일단 베타 테스트도 신청해서 베타 테스트도 해봤고, 그때 중학교에 같이 게임을 하는 그 파티가 있었는데 거기서 이제 6, 7명 모아가지고 이제 낮밤으로 계속 로테이션 돌려가면서 계속 했던 것 같아요. 그때는 이제 저도 경쟁심이 별로 없었고 해가지고, 근데 일단 랭크를 계속 돌리긴 했어요. 근데 이제 그러면서 제가 이제 경쟁심에 끌어오르면서 이제 제가 약간 어떻게 보자면 저만 엇나간 그렇게 된 거죠. 이게 대회가 있던 건 2015, 16년에도 그 패드 대회가 있어가지고 알고는 있었는데, 이제 관심을 가지기 시작하게 된 건 파리 메이저에 진출한 멘티스 FPS를 딱 봤을 때 한국에서도 프로가 가능하구나, 해외 나가서 활약하는 게 좀 멋지다를 느끼면서 이제 프로 플레이어도 염두에 두게 된 것 같아요. 그때부터. 그때 페이커도 알고 있고 막 유명한 e스포츠 선수들 되게 많이 알고 있었는데 이게 되게 남의 얘기 같고 그렇게 느껴졌는데, 이게 제가 하는 게임에서 그 멘티스 FPS 같이 그런 팀이 나오니까 확실히 좀 와닿은 게 있는 것 같아요. 가장 인상 깊었던 팀은 예전에 퓨리아 그 5명이 제일 인상 깊었던 것 같아요. 제일 잘하는 팀이라고도 생각하고, 한 2017년부터 이제 제가 랭크를 진짜 열심히 하던 시절인데, 그때 상위권에 있다 보니까 지금 선수하고 있는 예전에 노라랭고나 멘티스 FPS 선수들을 실제로 매칭이 된 적이 있어가지고, 그래서 계속 매칭이 되다 보니까 서로 조금씩 친해진 계기도 됐고, 전 노라랭고의 워카라는 선수랑도 꽤 친해졌고, 멘티스 FPS의 MB 테일러랑도 이제 좀 친분이 생기면서 이제 그쪽이랑 같이 게임도 하고 일본, 한국 왔다 갔다 하면서 계속 같이 했던 것 같아요. 그러다가 이제 2019년 말쯤에 이제 클라우드9에서 제이가 들어오게 돼서 시작된 것 같아요. 평소와 같이 그냥 집에서 일어나가지고 게임하려고 딱 켰는데 트위터 DM으로 와 있었던 거예요. 이게 뭐지 하면서 열어봤는데 오퍼에 관련되었던 거였고 되게 처음에는 잘 믿기지 않았는데 이게 대화를 하다 보니까 점점 실감하게 된 것 같아요. 이제 같이 게임하고 있던 가장 친한 친구한테 먼저 보여줬고 그 다음에 이제 진지하게 해야 될지 말아야 될지를 이제 부모님한테 상의를 하면서 이제 연락을 했었어요. 그 제안을 받고 나서 이제 일본 워킹홀리데이 가가지고 이제 막 일본어 배우고 막 그냥 일반적인 직장을 얻어가지고 살 예정이었는데 근데 이게 아무리 생각해도 제 생각엔 별로 재미가 없을 것 같은 거예요. 그래가지고 이 오퍼가 왔을 때 그냥 이쪽이 무조건 더 재밌고 인생이 바뀌겠다 해가지고 바로 입단을 선택한 것 같아요. 순서대로 말하자면 일단 제일 첫 번째는 워카. 이제 같이 게임 해주면서 같이 실력도 같이 늘고 저한테 많이 알려주기도 하고 이제 특히 제가 일본어를 하게 된 계기가 그 친구들이랑 같이 게임을 하면서 이제 일본어를 배우게 된 거기 때문에 그게 지금 뭐 일하는 데도 쓰이고 있고 게임하면서 편하기도 하고 일본 갔을 때 편하기도 하고 되게 단순히 게임하면서 얻은 것 치고는 꽤 좋은 영향인 것 같아요 저한테. 그래서 워크한테 일단 고맙고 워크상 2018年覚えてますか？あの時は日本語や指示のいろいろ教えてくれて本当にありがとうございました。
Well, our third match of the night certainly is one that's going to have a lot of relevance in terms of the race for the top four. It's third versus fifth. Orchid just on the outside of the top four at the moment, guys, where now they've got an opportunity to catch on up and even bring one of their opponents down a little bit in Psych and Company, who currently sit in third place on the 9 points. Orchid in fifth on 6 points. Well, I wouldn't go as far to say this is must win for Orchid. They've still got some matches to close where they can make influence, such as Soul's Heart tomorrow, and then, of course, Fury on the final day. They can get other results to help them. This would go a long way.
Yeah, absolutely. This match is hypercritical for the top four and really changes the storyline for the remaining matches of the stage as well. No result here is really going to definitively make or break either team's stage, but as you're alluding to, super important in setting themselves up for success and putting their best foot forward.
All right, let's go to our first roster of this evening. And again, for both of these two teams, it's going to be a big one. But for Psych and Company, this is, I think, one of the bigger tests that they would have probably not maybe even expected to have this stage, because they've been so solid. So obviously they played Weibo back on play day one. You can throw that one out the window for a team that's clearly, I don't think, ready to, or at least at that point back on play day one, ready to really challenge Weibo. But since that particular game, they've been pretty clinical. 7-5 versus Fury, then the same result against Elevate, and then got a very dominating win last week against HL Toure. That sets them up now for, and like a lot of these other teams that we've kind of featured tonight, funnily the Playday 5, 6, and 7 matchups are all featuring the same teams versus each other. They now play Orchid, then they play Daystar, then they play Soul's Heart. So they've kind of gotten through those lower end teams. This is where the test really begins against Orchid in their quest for top four. And a big feature of this team really always was going to be on Joe Gore.
Yeah, absolutely. He's certainly one of the more intriguing players in the league, and as a result, one of the more intriguing rosters. And the question will very much be, can he be a shifting force for their chance in making the finals? We've seen essentially since his T1 debut, his immediate impact on the scene and the influence that he's been able to have. He's a phenomenally gifted player, and whilst he's certainly had ups and downs, it hasn't always been at those massive heights consistently. When he's on, and he could be a big difference maker for their run towards this top four.
Yeah, I mean, but it can't just be the Joe Gore show. I mean, we've seen that time and time again over the last couple of years. Teams are moving a little bit away from one or two superstars to having a full-fledged core five where everyone can make influence. That doesn't mean you can't have one, say, or even two individuals that kind of stand out above the rest, but he has to get help along the way. And so when it comes to this team, I think that, you kind of look at Joe Gore historically, and he has been that main man, but not so much really this stage. He hasn't been the main man. It's actually been Neon. So for Joe Gore, it's probably a shining light that he doesn't have to do at all. Their opponents, Team Orchid, again, come into this currently sitting outside the top four, looking in. They'd love to jump into that top four, and a win here would go a long way in helping them. You think back to when Peeps made his debut, guys. He was the next big thing coming out of Thailand. He has continued so far this stage to just follow that path. He's been absolutely sensational. He's having another really good stage. BG Man, Crit J, of course, are still there. There's a lot of firepower on this roster. They really shouldn't be the kind of team to miss out on finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And Crit J currently top rated for Orchid heading into the night. And I think that's a testament to his longevity as a player. And in terms of Asia as a whole sub-region, I don't think it's too far-fetched to say that long term, over the last couple of years, he has consistently been right up there as one of the best players that we've had the pleasure of watching here regionally. So it's going to be a case of whether or not he could show up tonight, but much like the Joe Gore storyline, it can't just be him to show up on the opposing side. And look, the benefit that they have is Joe Gore hasn't actually been really the one to show up. It's mostly been Neon for Psyken so far, so that may alleviate a little bit of pressure, but I'm excited to jump into this one because it feels like both of these teams are fairly matched. Standings reflect that, and with a bit of pressure on the line in terms of shaping up for the top four and the influence that this match is going to have, it's going to be intriguing to see which team rises to the pressure and if one may actually end up capitulating.
Yeah, I think that for Orchid, where they've kind of been over the last year or so is thereabouts, but just not able to have the quality for whatever reason in toppling the big dogs in this region. On paper, they're the kind of team that you look at and think they should be challenging. They've got Peeps into this lineup where he's now kind of given them that little bit extra oomph. Crit J, I think I've basically been labeling for the last 3 years as the best player that hasn't been on the best team, which is typically Weibo. So when you've got, a rising star, a star in Crit J, BG Man is solid, like Hollis has so much experience, and it does kind of leave you looking at Celotic, who at one point was a substitute. He's been around now for quite a while. Like he's now 26, so Celotic's not a young player that's getting experience in his journey. He's kind of at the end, or at least getting close towards the end of his journey, and that's again someone I kind of look to, I think, on this roster, where not to disparage him, but maybe there's still one player short from really challenging Weibo as we go to the map veto and see where we're playing.
Yeah, let's roll that roulette wheel and see where these two teams wish to do battle. Plenty of options available to both teams. They benefit from pretty deep map pools, but it is going to be Chalet. In terms of this map and its frequency over the course of the stage for Asia so far, it's been played 3 times before the night. That sits at second behind Lair, which has had 6 plays total. So a map that's been fairly favorable for several teams in the region so far. As for these two teams specifically, just pulling up their numbers now as to how they've been tracking here on Chalet. For Orchid, it is their 4th preference map with a 1-3 record. Most recently played Weibo on it last week and a 3-7 loss. Certainly not the most disparaging result considering how strong Weibo are. On the other side, Saiken, it's their 2nd preference map as they elect to not ban it out themselves, and they haven't actually at all throughout the stage. It's been banned against them on 3 occasions, however. 2-3 record, last played Elevate again last week. That a narrow victory in regulation, 7-5. So honestly, a lot of the numbers here pointing towards it being a pretty even and competitive matchup. One thing that does stand out though as a potential red flag is for the side of Saiken Company. They are starting out on attack, so it's not an immediate concern, but in the second half on defense, their win rate currently only sits at 32%. That's 8 round wins out of a possible 25. And as a point of reference, Orchid on 42% on the side of defense.
Well, let's get underway to Snowy Chalet. Big game coming up. Orchid, and they find a result to get them into the top 4, at least try and get them tied on points. You referenced it before, Guz. If Orchid get the win tonight and all 3 points, you'll have 3 teams tied on 9 points going into the final 2 play days, which would set us up beautifully. Obviously, for Saiken Company, a win here puts them on 12 points and just puts them slightly ahead of that pack of 3.
Yeah, let's hope we get a competitive matchup. Everything is pointing towards that being the case, and also expecting the overall quality of the game to be the best of the night so far. Opened up with a pretty lopsided matchup. Then we saw Elevate struggle a little bit. Some positive signs from them against Soul's Heart that at times lacked a little bit of discipline. So we'll see how these two end up shaping up. I am quite hopeful that it'll be a good match, as the bands do play out. Ace and Snake unavailable, Solace and Mute taken out. So some certainly left of field bans. Chalet is the kind of map that can lend itself into maybe offering those opportunities a little bit more. Saiken actually do typically ban out the Solace. They did so on 2 occasions over the course of this stage, the Mute just once. For Orchid, as a point of reference, they haven't banned out the Snake yet here on Chalet this stage. Neither have they banned out the Ace, so a point of difference for them here in the first half.
We're just looking back at some of the previous results of the form line coming into this game. Orchid 7-3 against Elevate last week, but a 3-7 loss to Weibo. Something Company 7-1 over HL Toure and a 7-5 over Elevate. So it's a pretty similar, run in towards these last 3 games for both of these two teams. Only the difference being the Weibo beatdown for Orchid, but both kind of getting then also an opponent that they've been able to dispatch comfortably. Again, Neon is going to be the focus for Saiken Company. He's been in really hot form this stage. He's onto the glass to start in the opening round on the attack for Saiken Company. Orchid setting us top floor, master bedroom and office. This is a crucial game. If Orchid lose this, their gap to Saiken Company is going to be 6 points with 2 play days to go. And you factor in as well, round differential right now between the three is also pretty close. +4 for Psych and Company. Soul's Heart are sitting at +5 and Orchid at 0. It's fair to say of the two teams, Orchid need this win just that little bit more, but yeah, need doesn't always matter. Psych and Company would love to get all 3 points in this game to solidify a spot in the top 4 far more comfortably. Jogor on the Aurora. This might be a fast attempt in. Smoke went out. Jogor's already gone for the rappel into bedroom. Plant going down. RAUs have gone up as well. Shield screen's proving to be effective. The plant will be successful. No denial from Orchid. They've been completely caught off guard by this rush for Psych and Company. Peeps getting the kill onto Jogor, gets rid of him, but how are you going to deal with those on the rappel outside? Over towards the Egos, BG Man knows there's one close. He could try and go for the DMR swing. Neon with the Glaz, successful against Solotic.
Yeah, 25 on the clock, 2 versus 4. And you can see just how challenging this retake is. Still yet to contest the rappel. Neon remains on double. And presence down below here as well. BG Man will jump on that diffuser. Is he able to stick?
Oh,
maybe.
He will. No.
No, not quite. Not quite. Not quite. Oh my goodness,
that was
close.
so close.
Jeez.
I mean, that's under a second left. That is, we're talking about.
0.1, I reckon.
Yeah, like that was microseconds away from being an Orchid steal to start this off. And I was going to say, I mean, a great start to the round for Psych and Company, and then it was just about to be stolen from them. But rightfully, they do get the round win. They deserved that one. Really good fast start, good aggression, clear game plan, executed nicely. Orchid a little bit asleep at the wheel, just allowing that pressure into bedroom, even with the Royora gate and the smoke. I mean, you've got to have some kind of pressure. I just don't think they were ready for it.
Oof. Well, that was a pretty intense round, and most definitely the closest of the night so far. And unless we see another ridiculous round, it will stay that way for the remainder of the day. That was surely less than 0.5 seconds remaining there for the counter diffuse attempt. Whew. Fair play to Orchid to even get it that close in the end. A good rush there from Saiken. I love the utilization there of the Royora cutting off piano. Bit of like util layering and then the hit double window. You have the rappel to then play late, which they exploited pretty well. Did leave them a little vulnerable on that office side, but they were just able to snatch that round in the end and prevent Orchid from a big steal in round 1. It's over to Bar for round number 2. So what kind of clear they elect to go for. Crit J gets caught wandering over towards bathroom. Didn't quite catch if the barricade was open. I think it was. Certainly not sure if it was thanks to him or another defender or potentially an attacker. Either way, though, he does get caught. And that's now one of the best players for Orchid in the grave.
Come out wherever you are.
It's getting activated by K3. Peeps getting the headshot at the very end of that spray. It keeps things equal now again. After losing Crit J. Peeps again. This is the benefit of his addition and his ascendancy as a player. It's not just the Crit J show anymore on this team. Oh, Peeps again. Well, keep going, son. You might just get the ace. As he shuts down Feng, advantage for Orchid. Calf and Jogor. As the duo, they do have the kit. But this is looking like a pretty lockdown situation now for the defense.
Well, it's shaping up to be another intense round between these two and maybe a sign of what's to come over the next hour or so. Desperately, Saiken will try and find a pick from above, but that's tricky. Jogor has a read back over towards Barstock. The PG man is disciplined and won't reveal his position. Won't create that opening in towards the objective, and in the meantime, Peeps has been able to retake up above, but deals with the drone. He'll just lurk for pressure. Oh, pretty ill-advised to push down the staircase, and ultimately is punished there in the end by Jogor. There's an in back in the round. 45 seconds. It is though a good, strong cross here from the defense, but broken from Jogor, who's come alive. Saiken will scalp the second round, and Jogor who comes into the night as one of the lower rated players on the team despite being highlighted, has had a highlight moment of his own early in this one.
Yeah, I mean, disappointing if you're Orchid because they had so much work done for them via Peeps, 3v2, late in the round on bar games. Those are the rounds you got to win. It's a game of almosts, really, right now. You know, Orchid almost, very much almost, getting that counter defuse in the opening round and then a decent chance to close out the second round. Yet it's 2-0 to Syke and Company. They really need Crit J to start firing. Back-to-back opening deaths for their star player. And relatively early in these rounds, 2.5 minutes there in the second round, at the 2-minute mark in the first round. So he's not really getting a chance, not getting an opportunity. It's just this moment here, the swing. Didn't quite get a good timing on the mod swing. And at that point, like, Colas is just late, and he ends up in the 1v2.
10 seconds remaining.
Kitchen dining now for Orchid.
5 seconds to go. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Only 2 rounds. And at the very least, they can kind of sit back and think, well, the rounds have been close. The rounds have been winnable. It's a long way to go still. Early work on the Bravo from Joe Gore is so far proving to be successful.
Yeah, all could have been almighty close in the first couple of rounds. They have so much experience, though, in that team, and I think that mentally they'll be very difficult to break down. They'll sense that they look close and competitive in this match, and whilst the scoreboard may not be reflecting that at the moment, things can change quickly. The attack here of Syken leaning into the Glaz and the Blitz combo for this round. The inclusion of the Brava as well, intriguing, can look to hack the Banshees from Solodic. That's one of the primary targets, tripwires by extension, default cameras of course as well. Quite strong here on Chalet. Peeps feeling the heat a little bit over towards Trophy, and this may end up being an entry point that the attack looks to exploit, but Jogor, who was hot back in round number 2, shut down by a beautiful Nitro cell there from BG, man. So alleviating some of that pressure Trophy side, midpoint of the round, but an overpeak from Peeps will be punished by Neon.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to catch the timing, maybe hoping Neon wasn't fully set up, but he was already scoped in. Easy kill for Neon, continuing to have a very good stage. And plenty of time still left for Syke and Company. Joker did a lot of work as well with those Clutch drones early on, so they already got value out of him in terms of the utility provided by the operator. Clearly the kind of player you'd love to have alive with a gun as well, but you'll have to do without. Colas is down. BG Man eliminated. It's 3 dead in 3 seconds. K3, Calf, and Neon all get 1 apiece. Leaves Crit J. Well, funny how things have changed. He was the first dead in the opening 2 rounds. Now the last alive. He can't do nothing at all to stop it. Syke and Company just end the round swiftly. It's 3 straight on the attack to start this game. In a do-or-die match for Orchid, this is not how you wanted things to start.
Yeah, it's been a challenging start for Orchid. Don't get it twisted; they're playing well, but the results continue to fall the way of Syken. A little more well-rounded towards the mid to late round as well at the moment. And Neon in the chat, these guys are getting paid, question mark. It's not often you see all chat exploited in Asia. Bit of shit talk though is always nice to see.
Outside of Weibo.
Yeah, outside of Weibo. The Glass and the Clash to be bent out. I feel like even they've been pretty quiet. Especially locally, they tend to just kind of lock in and play the game. Back to top floor. And Orchid will be reeling after those first 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Neon's an interesting one as a player. Guys made his debut back at the start of 2024, so it's been 2 years now, but he's been mostly playing in Tier 2, Tier 3 tournaments, quite a few of them over in North America as well.
seconds left.
This is his first foray in Tier 1, and he's playing very, very well. And on the stage, top 4. He's sitting 4th for EPS.
Are heading out to defuse a bomb.
So a newfound gem, if you will, in this region. At Peeps on one side, Neon on the other. And this is always what you love to see, is the new talent as they come through. And a big reason why Psych and Company are in for a good chance at making finals.
Reloading. Cover me. Activating.
And they make it 4 straight out of the halftime bands. Master, bedroom, and office. Once again, last time it was the fast hit from Psych and Company. It is not going to be the same. Very different lineup. Looks like it'll be far more of an aggressive sweep across. Maybe get some pressure down below on the first floor with the Deimos. You've got the Dokkaebi combo as well with that, plus the IQ to get some of these gadgets. And certainly can also play the IQ Dokkaebi combo.
ID active. Sweeping perimeter.
Oh. Crit
Oh my goodness, he's dead. Oh, the call!
Dies to the call. Yeah, the payload.
Oh my goodness. Well, that combo is just devastating.
Yeah, it didn't quite net the kill directly from below, but indirectly did enough damage to say that when the payload did eventually expire and explode, CritJ falls. Slow start for CritJ. It feels like we put the curse on him a little bit. 1 and 4 to start proceedings here on Orchid, and that is ultimately turning out to be a bit of a difference maker through the early to mid round where he's been struggling. Syken are just finding that narrow advantage, which is towards the tail end of a lot of these close rounds, ends up being a determining factor. So for CritJ, he'll be trying to get himself into the match now for the remainder of this one. Maybe it's up to the likes of Slodic and Lycolos now to kind of step up and take on a little bit of that load. But this double info gathering combo of Syken with the Dokkaebi and the Deimos is proving effective as Peeps does find one back as Feng falls. 8 players up in the server as another payload goes out to Slodic.
Barrier activated.
Can this be the round that Orchid stand up a little taller late in the round? Like Cole is playing towards the half wall. He finds this kill onto Joko. Knows he may get swung from Ego, and he does. He just looked away at the wrong time. Neon's timed him perfectly. Got away too. Even though he is low on health, that Ego position may not be a solid entry position anymore. Good shot from BG Man, utilizing the Warden glasses. Advantage Orchid. Sure, you're not losing this 2v4. Neon's on 1 HP. There's 12 seconds. They don't have kit. This is unlosable from every metric as Solotic finds the kill onto Cap. It's Orchid that are finally going to get their first round here on Chalet.
Well, they've done well there to withstand the pressure that continues to be mounted their way. It's been pretty unrelenting from Syken so far, who have mostly played pretty consistent thus far. Did a good job early in clearing CritJ, but despite that, those 4 on site did some good anchor work. Peeps got a delayed trade back, so it was 4-4 for then the majority of the setup in preparation for that final push. And they'll be pretty pleased that finally they've been rewarded for some of the solid siege that they've been producing so far. The scoreline probably not super reflective of how well they've played so far, and that can always be super frustrating, and often why best of ones are referred to as being a little more random in their results, because you can just narrowly be behind your opponent and then it's too late to get back into the game, etc. We're not quite at that point just yet, but that slow start could potentially end up proving costly. A rehost has been called. I've been led to believe it's in relation to a potential ping problem, so if and when we get updates, we will relay that. For now, though, the game has been put onto pause. I imagine it won't take too long, though, to sort that out. The lobby is to be remade, so we'll look to get all 10 back inside of the server, input the round history, and get going. Will only take a couple of minutes, and an opportunity for all 10 players to kind of just sit there and reflect on what has been a rough half for CritJ. You can see it on his face. Doesn't look like he really wants to be there right now. He's been on the receiving end of a bit of BS over these first 4 rounds, it has to be said. But I'm sure he'll just take it in his stride and look to refocus.
Yeah, I mean, you've just got to understand that your team's more than capable. It's not like he's doing a lot wrong either. He was certainly targeted in that previous round, but they were still able to go and get the win. I think when you kind of look at this game, it's a 3-1 scoreline, which on paper seems like a very, very strong start, of which it is for Syke and Company. But the first 2 rounds were, for me, 50-50s, right? They could have easily been won as well by Orchid. So you could have easily, in this rehost right now, seen a 3-1 lead for Orchid. I don't know. The conversation would then be flipped the other way, and I'd be sitting here saying, well, for Syke and Company, there's a good chance they could have been 3-1 up. This is just the reality we live in. So it's Orchid have got to lock in, know that this game is pretty close. It's going to come down to these defining moments. There's not really, I think, going to be a lot of domination either side. You're going to see a lot of these rounds where there's 2 alive, 3 alive, and that's what we've had so far in the opening 4 rounds. The first 2 rounds, 2 alive, the next 2, 3 alive. Only the 1 multi-kill round, which was Peeps in the second round, which they didn't even win. The opening kills are largely in favor for Syke and Company, but I think you can expect that at times on Chalet. Right now, Orchid haven't been playing too aggressive. They're not really giving themselves a lot of opportunities to actually go and get, those early contact fights to be in their favor. It's Syke and Company who are kind of bringing some of that more aggression. Just the 1 plant, which was the opening round, that rush attempt. It's been a really good 4 rounds to play, 2 to go in this half. And looking at some of the statistics for Asia when it comes to Chalet, it's only been played 3 times. But obviously, mostly in the regular season, you're not going to get a lot of play on maps. But it's sitting exactly at 50% attack and defense. So there's not really any kind of favoritism. Which, in some ways, I think that benefits Syke and Company that they lead 3-1. You can't really sit back and say, well, it's going to, be a 55 to 60% favor to the attack. At least not how it's been played so far in Asia. Chalet naturally is pretty decent for the attacking teams, and so they've made the most of that.
Well, unless my eyes were deceiving me there, it looks like the players are loading back into the server as we speak. Settings will, of course, then be confirmed, and if and when we're good to go, we can resume proceedings here on Chalet. Syke and Company with the lead, 3-2-1. Orchid just plucking the 1 so far over towards top floor. One of those rounds, of course, was the opener, which came down to only a couple of frames difference. So it'd be great to maybe get a replay of that at some point. I don't know if that's still a possibility, but an incredibly tight start to the match, which Orchid would have loved to have snatched that one, and the scoreline would be equalized at this point if that were to have been the case. But it's been fine margins, not just in that one, but even 2 and 3 had a couple of key moments that did ultimately swing the way of Syken. We prepare now for Bar for the 5th round. Don't know if this lineup will be stuck by Syken, but seeing the Amaru early selection here from Joe Gore is intriguing. And that may well be a key part of the puzzle here if they want to go for some quick map control. That could actually be just used for like a quick solo hit. Get that map control hit. Actually, here is the replay of round 1. So if you're just joining, BGMN jumping on the counter defuse. Like Holo's trying to cover. Look at that yellow counter as it ticks down.
You look at that,
I thought he looks like it looks like it's filled. Oh, it's like a millimeter. There's got to be 1 or 2 ticks. That is incredibly close. Live, it 100% looked like he got it, but yeah, not to beat. It's been a fun game so far, unless you're Orchid, in which case it's probably been a little frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be the biggest thing is actually the mental. Clearly, skill-wise, I think these 2 teams are pretty equal. And considering if you're Orchid, you haven't really had Crit J in the piece. He's probably glad to see the 0-0 across the lobby and a bit of a reset for him mentally and not having to see the rough start 1 and 4. 0-3, of course, in the opening deaths. So maybe a chance to kind of just get a little reset in these last 2 rounds and a half for Orchid, try and get this tied up 3-3. The frustration has definitely been more on their side. Oh, a chance there for Calf. He just kind of he looked away from that angle at the last second.
Device frozen.
Interesting here from BGMN, who responds with the Zoto just to make the vault very difficult. Unlikely that anybody from the attack will contest into that, given the slow effect. Bit of space taken elsewhere though, office side as they look to try and crunch this Mez position. Spearheaded by the Monty, and it's Jogor behind, holding down the line with an ACOG.
Not the Amara
BGME
as well.
man takes a tick of damage as well. It's a lot of pressure at the moment being mounted by this attack. The shape looks good. We'll see though if they can execute and actually synchronize it correctly.
Cadella's thrown out from Neon. Try and help get this Mez position cleared. Critch just holding his nerve right now.
Oh, they haven't got much from the Ying there.
But Fang does find a kill top library, and they got the pinch on the Crit J. With his slip into library, that opened up Crit J's death, and they've capitalized. And Orchid now on the back foot. Like Lycolis will backfill in towards Barstock. Their best hope now is time.
Yeah, they've done a good job to sort of brute force a couple of opening picks there. Didn't really lean on the utility as well as they probably would have liked, but still with a net positive result. Lycolis not giving up without a fight though. Barstock, double smoke still in pocket. Under 20 seconds remain for the attack.
Yeah, they do get the information that the Barstock position's held. Kwan Hive launcher pinged on him. Peeps does get the kill onto Jogor, but Neon was watching the flank. Nicely done by Solotic. Got a bit of help from Lycolis as well onto Calf. Only Neon left. No time. This is done. Orchid are going to get this round. It's 2-3. Finally, one of these sort of rounds goes the way of Orchid. They've had it happen too many times to them. Now they dish it back to their opponents. 1 to go in the half.
Yeah, the slight transition there was not really well thought out from Orchid in the end. Barstock left them exposed, lacked a bit of util there for the flush late. The synchronization wasn't quite there either. Even up above, yes, they got the net positive result of the clear above, but they didn't really extract value from the Ying. It was reliant on a big vault play over towards library as well. That BG man, that was a high percentage play for him to have actually won that duel, and he didn't. That also helped in the opening, so it looked a little more convincing than I think it really was there from Orchid, from Syken rather, in the sort of first third to half of the round. And even once they had afforded themselves that advantage, it still had them in danger. Clearly, onside ankle work there from Orchid was clean. And so as we enter now the final round of the half, there's a world in which Orchid can fight back and equalize. 2 rounds in a row for them, looking for a third straight.
5 seconds to go.
Fortunately, the numbers wiped due to the rehost, but for clarity, Peeps leading the charge currently in the kill department, 7 and 4, 80% cost. Neon leading the charge on the flip side for Syken Company, 6 and 3, 80% cost as well. Oh, Lycolis. Very early spawn peak. Jogor falls. And that's the Rayora out of play.
Yeah, and obviously Jogor out of play too, but he hasn't really been that influential this game. Good start. Orchid haven't had a lot of opening kill advantages. So this is a rarity for them, just their second and a half. And relieve a little bit of that pressure. By the way, on the stage so far, guys, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Jogor has only got an 85 EPS this stage. 21-28 KD. He's not had a good one.
No. I thought this might be his redemption arc opportunity. He's had a little bit of impact, don't get it twisted, but the numbers have been, unfortunately, not too kind to him this match either. Mid-80s for that EPS currently. If not, probably a little lower now, once that kill comes through. So it's advantage Orchid, midpoint of the round, and they're looking pretty good at the moment. Anchor work late has also been a strength of theirs. Syken finding it difficult to break down that last layer of defense, and now having issues once again with that first layer, still contesting for control up above. They have a bit of lurk potential that they can try to enable here with Neon Basement. Okay, 3 line of sight top floor. It's a lot of moving pieces that are pretty far detached from one another at the moment for the attack here. And so, I mean, time is just draining so quickly at the moment, and Syken have achieved very little. Orchid will feel very good in this position.
Well, they're just playing the far back positions, Trophy, and Solar side, closet. They're not really looking to contest towards office. They can have that, says Orchid. Push up Neon. Yeah, caught like Cola's good time at the swing, and then really good reaction to get Feng as well. Peeps. Strong. Crit J gets involved. Well, 2 in a row to close out the half for Orchid. Sees us tied at 3-3. In fact, sorry, make it 3 in a row after the 3-0 start by Syke and Company. We go into the next half all tied up. So all tied up in a very important match here on Playday 5 of APL Asia. Orchid fighting back from a 3-0 deficit. They get 3 of their own. It is, as I mentioned before, guys, Chalet in this region 50%, 50%. So we get that to play out in the first half. We'll see what the second half will bring. I wouldn't be completely surprised if this does go to overtime, but Orchid have the momentum now. And when you factor in, I think the majority of the rounds that Orchid won, maybe outside of round 5. So certainly rounds 4 and 6, they won those pretty convincingly. Certainly round 6 was the most convincing round we've had so far. Everything up to that point was 2 or 3 left alive. They get the flawless to close the half. They do have the momentum. And then you factor in rounds 1 and 2 could have easily gone their way as well. So they're probably just edging things out at the moment as they go into the attack, and the bans come through as Azami, Aruni, Solid Snake, and Twitch.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, and I think a good opportunity to again reiterate that Syke and Company's attacking win rate heading into this matchup was not of particular concern. It sat at about 50%. It was their defensive win rate that has been pretty devastating for them so far. It sits at 32% heading into the night. An 8 round 1 record out of 25 attempts. Again, as a point of reference, Orchid, their defensive win rate 42.3%, so also negative, but certainly not quite as dire. And so the question will now remain, do they have enough of a buffer? It is an equal scoreline at the end of that first half, now a defendable position for them. The numbers would suggest no. So Orchid find themselves in a good spot after a hard-fought half. They had a lot go against them, a lot of unfortunate and unlucky moments in that first half. So we'll see whether or not they can look to capitalize here. They may sense that there's some blood in the water at the moment if they've looked at those numbers, and may feel as if they're in a good position now. A team that can attack well on this map, positive attacking win rate, 52.4%. We'll see if they can demonstrate that strength over the next few rounds.
Oh, Joker wanted to get the my Magden into Solar, but he got blocked off by the Riora gate of Lycolis.
I need to reload.
Lycolis 5-0 since the rehost in terms of an update on some of the KD numbers. 8-4 for Peeps, 7-4 for Lycolis. Lead the way for Orchid and Psych and Company. 6-4 to Neon, 5-4 to Kati. Who for reference is Kaf. And Fang is Momu, but we are just using their in-game names. Slow start to the round pacing-wise for Orchid. Peeps, well, this got a little awkward for him. Wanted to swing the doorway wine, but caught on that blue hallway position. He gets taken low on the Dockerby. Might just elect to sit back and get those payloads out over the next 90 seconds.
Candela's deployed elsewhere as well. Solodic still on the roof. Joe got to answer the follow-up payload. 60 seconds remain, and now it's into sneak mode and lurk mode for Orchid. And a transfer for K3. Back towards Half-Wall, but BG, man, has just sent it into the site. Defense strong, though.
Holodic taken low as well. Not looking good for Orchid in their opening attacking round. As you said, the defense for Psych and Company looks very solid. They do still have 2 Nitrocells as well. Payload call from Peeps onto Fang. Crit J elects to push forward. Swing from Calf unsuccessful. It's going to have to be the Crit J show in this 7th round. It needs all 3. There's one onto Fang. Notices one bathroom. Rotate off though. From Joe Gore towards Solar. Down below is Neon. 20 seconds for Crit J to pull off a huge clutch. And he's going straight for the plant inside of Office, despite what was pressure from below to rotate up from Neon. The plant will be successful. Gets away from the half-wall. Every world in which he can isolate these 1v1s. Knows his left side. Good clear onto Joe Gore. Crit J versus Neon. It's the new blood versus the old blood in this battle. Flash out from Crit J. Knows that he must now be inside of Office, and he swings all the way around. Neon gets to the half wall, will go for the counter defuse. Surely will get off based on the running steps. Crit J's played this perfectly. Neon needs to go for the kill and do so quickly. Crit J will be aware of it, but Neon, wonderful shotgun kill. It's the new that will win out in this battle. The lead retaken by Psych and Company.
That was really well played. That by both players there positionally had a perfect read on one another. But ultimately with Neon being able to get towards that diffuser, close the gap, and bring that shotgun into play, that was the big difference maker in being able to win that fight, with Crit J left with no option but to hit the deck. He was able to make those shots land with the shotgun.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Super good discipline and composure from him.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And again, it's another round. It's another one of those moments that Orchid do not win out. Replay package of the prior round. BG, man, set the tempo by going deep. The defense was pretty firm. A 1 versus 3 attempt from Crit J, who had a yellow ping on the first. Joe Gore got isolated. You could certainly question the lack of trades there, but ultimately it was Neon in the end to clutch up.
A big game from Neon for what's been a big stage. Quickly making a name for himself in the APL region.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
But as you said, it's another one for Orchid that's gone against them. And that's been the trend right now in a 3-4 close game. When you keep losing these sort of moments and these defining rounds, that's the difference. Even if they've maybe even been slightly better in the overall general play, they're just not winning the clutch moments. In fact, it's actually 3 multi-kill rounds to Orchid, 0 for Psych and Company in this match. They haven't been reliant, despite leading, on having anyone have to get multi-kills. And the longer this goes on and the more these moments happen, well, the pressure continues to then mount on Orchid. They've got more at stake here. They're only on the 6 points. Syke and company are on the 9 points. Now, in theory, there are 2 available spots for this top 4 position. 3 teams really fighting for it, but Orchid would not want to be the one behind the 8 ball heading into the last 2 playdays. Neon towards Mezzanine. And a pretty default-looking hole for Syke, although they do have Calf on the solos down below inside of Snow. Melodic taken low. Crit J gets the opening kill. He's starting to heat up.
Oh, Crit J wants revenge after the failed 1 versus 1 in the last round. A 1v3 attempt, I suppose it was in the end. K3 low on HP as well, and so it's a positive start to the round for Orchid. It's another opportunity, though, that they do not want to let slip. They've had too many of these style situations against them in this match. About 70 seconds on the clock remains and an opportunity for them to drone. Plenty of utility remains for BG, man. Thatcher with charges if needed, and Lion with a critical scan that if they time that well, could be a difference maker. Oh, okay. Bit of lag, I think, on our end there. 3 versus 3. 50 seconds remain.
And while Crit J's alive, there's hope for Orchid. And with Neon dead, same with Joe Gore. Little less firepower available for Syke and company. They do still have the Clash available. There goes Fang, though, on the smoke. Solotic, big kill. He's starting to get involved. Mudroom P, Crit J, 1 HP. But so is K3. This battle feels like it could have huge repercussions, and now even more so with Calf going down to BG, man. It's just the solo clash. Orchid have unlocked this 8th round. And Crit J knows not to peek and allow BG man to get the free kill. We are tied once again.
Yeah, this back and forth continues. Orchid doing a nice job there. Early to mid was clean. Took an opportunity to reset a little bit there. Gained a little bit more information and then able to formulate the final push. Not a ton of util ultimately required to get that round across the line.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And so it's over to dining for round number 9. Back in the first half, we saw this site on 2 occasions, 50-50 split. The attack to win it out first try. And there's Syke to win it on that occasion, 3 players up, despite losing the opening duel. We'll see what Orchid look to cook up here. Whether it's going to be a little bit more of an old school take, bit of pressure above, below, and then hold the vert above at range. Or if they'll go for something a little more direct and aggressive. They have the tools to go for that, especially with the Deimos and the Blitz, although that's exchanged out. Maverick in play. And so the expectation should be top across early here.
Yeah, it's really difficult to see where this one's going to finish. Both teams have been capable. Attack, defense, clutch moments have been slightly better. Syke and company. I'd say the general play has been slightly better to Orchid. I think that's probably going to be the main win con for Orchid. And I know this sounds a little silly and a little easy to say, but if they've just got to win these rounds a little earlier and avoid those clutch moments, because Syke have just been a bit better. And I also think Syke's got almost a small reliance on Neon to get a lot of their kills, and Calf is going to easily turn that one off. Kitchen dining for the 9th round. And the other part of all of this is Crit J's being able to get involved now. He started 1-4 because he was 0-3 in terms of opening deaths in the opening 4 rounds. So he's been unleashed for Orchid, so they've got extra firepower that's been unlocked. Low and steady for Orchid in terms of the pace in this 9th round, but they've got good execute ability. Here's a big run out. Haven't seen a lot of this in this game, and it goes against Fang as Solotic able to turn around in time. Opening kill for Orchid again. It's 4 straight in that department, and this is what they need, these early kills.
Yeah, they've given themselves another good position once more. Pressure is mounting above, but K3 alleviates that somewhat, jumps out, takes a touch of damage on his entry back into the map, but he's able to stay up. Crit J elsewhere though takes down Neon, who has been a threat particularly late round for this defensive lineup. Awkward will be so eager to convert this particular advantage. Jogor dining at a high-risk position, and that opens the opportunity for the flank from CAF.
Oh, look at the health margins.
Yeah, they're so low. 2 players down below now for the defense as well.
Oh my goodness, Jogor's shotgun swing. All it would have taken is one body shot from the Vendetta. But still, despite the extra player, K3 and Jogor are so low. But K3 gets the freebie onto BG Man, kit down as well, and Peeps just struggles, runs in. Again, another clutch for Psych and Company. Even in a 3v3, considering those health margins, they had the opening kill for Orchid as well. It's another round they let slip, and Psych and Company will get to 5 first.
Wow, okay. They've gotten away with that one a little bit. They had 2 players train a basement, big HP deficit towards the end of the round, and they still weren't able to win it out, Orchid. I think that this map could potentially come back to haunt them, especially given the wider implications of this match, where they have had a couple of moments where they really should have been converting rounds, or were at least very close to achieving that. Now once again at a deficit. Replay of that last round. Pretty ambitious run out early. Awkward kept pace for the most part, and right here had the advantage, but it was the roam from CAF and then the hunt from Crit J where it's begun to unravel. BG Man got caught, util in hand, and a pretty simple mop up there in the end for Psych and Company, who wrangled back that round. And serious pressure now being applied onto Orchid. Of the 2 teams inside the server at the moment with aspirations for the top 4, Orchid with more to lose and currently trailing.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, how many more twists and turns, though, are going to be
5 seconds remaining.
involved in this match?
Attackers are heading out.
The both teams go on a 3-round winning streak in the first half, and since then in the second half a little bit back and forth. One to Syken, then Orchid, then Syken. Can Orchid keep that going? Otherwise, and this now becomes ever important, they can no longer get 3 points if they lose this round. And it would have to be overtime to, well, scrounge something up.
Deploying laser wire.
Pressure is firmly on. Psych and the pressure valve for them relieved a little bit. But Neon and CAF have taken a little bit of damage early in this round. Bedroom, office, yet they've just elected to also extend over towards the library side of the map. Double stack library stairs for 2 players that have got nitro cells as well, and CAF and Neon. It's like Colas does make his way library side. Is he going to be ready for this? They've actually gone down even all the way to basement.
Some late util deployed as well here from the defense, just in anticipation for this awkward push. Currently library centric. Oh, almost caught with utility in hand again is the attack.
They're going to nitro below. They're going to go kitchen. There's no one there right now for Orchid, so it might be a case of almost let them in, get them into office, and then we're going to blow them up from below.
Yeah, it could certainly work, provided the defense has enough information to act upon that, and without a direct counter onto the Maestro, that could actually work out pretty well. Valkyrie as well, also in play. First Nitro doesn't land though. It's the one remaining for Neon, as Jogor has impact in this match, coming alive at a big moment for his team. Gives them the advantage, and Orchid lose the Ying.
Oh, easy swing over here, Jogor. He's done this again. Although as he goes back for the kill, Crit J is able to stand tall, help out his teammate in Peeps. Getting the information off the Maestro camp. Don't forget Neon still inside of Dining. Has that Nitro Cell. If that connects onto Lycolis, this round changes massively. Revive will be successful onto Peeps. So it keeps it equal 4 versus 4. 30 seconds on the clock as time starts to expire. Neon still has not been spotted inside of Dining. He still has that Nitro. Information. The ping goes out. The Nitro is to be thrown. It will not connect. It will be a successful plant. Now it becomes really difficult for Syken in a post-plant where you've got to deal with the Monty and you lose Calf immediately to Peeps. Trade from K3, bang, will push forward quickly. Neon's gone up Library stairs. Nothing to be found within the hallway. Towards Library though, the battle against Crit J. Tries to go the shotgun, will not work. Another one at the mezzanine in Fang. He gets the kill, looking for the guard break onto the Monty. But it's BG Man that gets the final 2 as we go 5-5.
And finally, something goes the way of Orchid. That time, it was the plant denial not quite landing. Did a little bit of damage, just a chunk, but not enough to deter the plant from being a success. And then in the post, it was well held by Orchid. Had to grind their way through that round significantly, and we're pretty patient and then finding the win condition of the plant. Ultimately, though, it works out. Scores equalized.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
And it just heats up to another level between these two. Joe Gore, the initiator in this round, found the opening kill just prior to this package, and once he got caught on the double swing, did a lot of good work. 3 versus 3 as it began to stabilize. Lycolis took a touch of damage from the Nitro, but it was just a little too shallow. I think maybe some of it getting blocked by the half wall as well. He survived. And it ended up being a determining factor and moment in that round. Over to bar for the 11th. A site which has already seen extensive play so far between these two. It was a 50-50 split in the first half and won out by Orchid on their first attempt back in round 8 of this half.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Well, whoever gets this next round will at least secure overtime plus a point and deny the other the ability to get 3 and have a chance at 3. But the way this game's going, I'd be surprised if we don't go to overtime. Back and forth in this second half. 50-50 margins on this map. And again, outside of one round, which was that flawless round to close the half, every round has been 1 to 3 alive. All these rounds have been close. Don't think Feng's going to go for any runouts. One after last time. Bar Games the site hit for Syken Company. Once again, Lycolis on the Montang. By the way, Crit J is the first player in the lobby to go to double-digit kills after starting 1-4. 9-4 since the rehost. He's been the best player, as per usual.
Yeah, midpoint of the round, and it's fireplace-centric from Orchid. Lycolis will scout for info. Oh, but BG Man gets caught at the front door. Neon's had some big moments in this matchup, and a huge entry pick here. Lycolis will start to indirectly pressure him by posturing on the staircase, but there's really not much he can actually do from here. Going to be relying on the assistance of others, and the Clash comes out to respond, but also gets caught.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Quickly. And Orchid have, somehow made this round very dangerous for Syken.
Yeah, losing the Clash, not ideal when you've got the Monty still up. And you still got all this belts of utility on the Cat Patel, Lion Scan available. Frag grenades, smokes, flashes. Utility-wise, even though the time's starting to dwindle on Bar Games, Orchid's got plenty to take this site. 3 gas bombs for Syken Company, but how is Feng going to use these? Right now, they're kind of surrounded. Library, there's a bit of control. And in the hallways, there is control. And right now, the fighting, though, 1-for-1 across the board until Orchid do win out. 2 versus 1. Solodic and Crit J is a powerful combination when Crit J is the one that's alive. He's got the kit. It's down to Feng. Hasn't used these gas bays. He's just been patiently holding this hatch without making a move. We're starting to get some yellow ping information. Here's a bit of footsteps over towards Library stairs. He knows this is a single player. He gets the kill. It's another 1v1. Gas bait plus shotgun. Flashbang, then plant. They both try and make a different play, but Crit J makes the better play by getting the kit down successfully. Relieves the timer for himself, and now puts Fang in the hot seat.
Yeah, Crit J will be looking to reposition here outside of cams. Plays bar backstall. Absolutely perfect position to hold down the line. Well played there in the post. He clutches up that time around.
The first team to get 2 rounds consecutively in this half, and now it means Psych and Company could no longer get the 3 points. It means a lot for Orchid. They get at least 1 point secured, guaranteed, plus overtime. If they win this round, we will have 3 teams tied on 9 points going into the last 2 play days. Tactical timeout, Psych and Company.
Yeah, this should purely just be a strategic discussion for them, looking to lock in for this upcoming round, push overtime. I think Team Orchid's just slightly better overall play has finally started to pay dividends almost. They've been able to offset some of the BO1 RNG that has gone against them in this series so far, but they're certainly not out of danger just yet. Ultimately, 1 round to remain to determine the fate of this match as to whether or not full points will be acquired by Orchid, or if they'll battle it out to share them in overtime. Syken with a big decision to be made here, and it's Master Bedroom Office to be the site of choice. It's only been that in Kitchen where they've seen success over the course of the second half so far. Interestingly, yet to reattempt Kitchen, whereas Bedroom they did lose out again back in round 10. Here's the replay package of the 11th, another bitterly close 1 versus 1, but Crit J able to win it out on this occasion, found himself in a power position and made that shot count.
Activate jammer. Changing mag! Setting a razor shell.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds remaining.
Well, the 3 points matters a lot for Orchid.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse
This becomes just as big a round as the previous. They play Soul's Heart tomorrow. They would be level on points if they can win this in regulation, and their last game of the stage will be against Fury. They'd be favorites going into that match. As for Psych and Company, tomorrow they play Daystar, so it could be from having a decent little lead above the other 2 teams to maybe even dropping out of the top 4 altogether, and their last game of the stage is then against Soul's Heart. If we want to kind of peer into the future a little bit, that particular game could be the battle for top 4, similar to the way in which Oceania has ended up with Barbie Boys and Rival. But all of that hinges on this round right here. Syken can still walk away with 2 points, and those 2 points could be crucial. Must win this round and force overtime to give themselves that chance. And at least lock in at 1 point, which could be a difference maker. We do not know. But they will sit and they will wait. And this time they bring 3 nitro cells instead of just the 2 here on this side of Bedroom Office, the final of regulation.
Yeah, they'll commit again to the info gathering with the Maestro and the Valk. Immediate pressure though from Orchid already. Posturing Med's side could leave them vulnerable though to this nitro cell if they don't have coverage down below, which given there's no one on the first floor seems to maybe be the case. And so that might be the cue now for Syken to push forward, look for these nitro cells. BG man though, good timing. Start to pressure these defenders down below, catch them off guard. Good read from an experienced player.
Good trade.
Dougal trades it though and still has that nitro below.
Yeah. They do lose 1, but as I said, another one there anyway.
They can't play.
Well, the Maestro Cam is getting a lot of damage here on the Light Colas. Boy, that got him so low. They do lose Jokor down to a 4 versus 2 for Psych and Company, even despite Fang almost getting the kill onto the Monty. You say they can't plant, they might not need to plant. That's not really their win condition needed anymore.
Yeah, it's quickly changed. Massive double kill. Can they sustain the rest of this pressure though? 30 seconds on the clock. Plant attempt
the timing.
number 2.
Well, this looks like it's all over for Syke & Company in this game. Fang will give himself a chance. Got the kill onto Crit J. Lycola's still low. Does not matter as Peeps will get the final kill. It's all 3 points acquired for Orchid. In a big game against Syke & Company, they come out on top 7-5. They started off this game 0-3. Crit J started off 1-4. He ends up being the MVP of the game. That's just how good that guy is. We have 3 teams in this Asia region that are tied on 9 points with 2 Plan A's to go.
Well, in terms of competitiveness on the group stage leaderboard, this was the perfect result. And for Orchid, the perfect result. It was certainly a frustrating start. I'm looking forward to getting Lycola's perspective on how this match kind of started to develop for them, because it felt like a lot was unfortunately going against them. Just the nature of best of ones a little bit on some of those occasions they got bitterly unlucky, but overall they did look like the better team and it felt like they weren't rewarded. Eventually they were able to grind and ensure that their mental was really strong over the course of that map and ultimately were rewarded.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in this game, when you kind of consider what was at stake and the pressure, the slow start, the fact that Orchid go and get this win, it's tremendous. I mean, this is a really, really good testament to this team that they had the resilience. They didn't have any nerves after the first 3 rounds. I mean, they should be really impressed with this, because clearly Syke & Company are a good team. They're having a great stage, and it was a hard-fought win. They ended up Orchid winning 4 of the last 5 rounds, did a lot of that work on their own attacking half, but it was also what they did to close out the first half. Getting those 3 rounds when, you know, everything was kind of going against them. Crit J was getting done early in those rounds. They were losing those clutch moments, the 50-50s, so they were able to mentally stay switched on, and I think that's a big reason why they were able to go and get the win. We'll go and speak to Lycolas and get his thoughts and see if he echoes that sentiment. Congratulations, Lycolas. That was a really hard-fought victory. You guys really got tested in that game. Clearly, Syke & Company are a good team. They're having a great stage. But coming out of that with the 3 points, you're now tied with Orchid and with Syke & Company. How do you feel now going into the last 2 play days?
We feel great. With the win today, not a great score. We really feel good. Just like only a few days left, and I think we hope to be like, you know, sitting in the middle, like maybe 3rd or 4th place. Yeah, be great.
Yeah, congrats on the win tonight. You guys, it felt like at the beginning of this match, you were getting pretty unlucky. A lot of moments were going against you, but ultimately you were the better team and you got the win. How did it feel during the match? Did it feel like you guys just had to kind of grind away and ensure that your mental was really strong?
Yeah, it is. For the first like couple of rounds before the rehost, we had some problem with extra a bit, because like his ping is kind of spike a lot during that time, so we request and rehost to change a server. But aside from that, yeah, we made some mistake on the first round. We prepped that we probably need Warden we pick up, because they seem to play a lot of glass, and yeah, it's our mistake, we didn't pick it, and yeah, they really like storm us in the side. Without Warden we can't do much. And for a couple of rounds, yeah, we tried to reset a bit and it didn't work out. So after rehost, after everything, you know, we try to change strategy a bit. We try to play for time a bit more, looking for opening kill, and then get trade back to keep our confidence. Yeah, that's what we're doing on the first half.
Like Hollis, we know, and has been for quite some time, how good Crit J is and what he means to your team. But Peeps, his continued rise, he's continuing to get better and better. How much better can he get over the course of his career?
I think it's pretty high level for sure, because like the thing we try to work with is we saw that he win a lot of like individual gunfight, so we try to push him more freedom to be like a lurk or a flank watcher, to give him like an opportunity to get into like a 1v1 situation. And yeah, he does like deliver a lot of good shot. Yeah.
Well, like Hollis, thank you so much for coming on, having a chat with us. Really appreciate it. Best of luck as well tomorrow in your game against Soul's Heart. I'm sure that's going to be a fun one too.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. See you. I hope to be here.
Well, I always hope to see our interviewees once again. So 7575, it's been a good night of action here in Asia, guys, after we've been a little mistreated in the Oceanic region.
Well, look, I think it was pretty clear when we walked in today that matches 1 and potentially 4 now up next are going to be pretty one-sided, but those in the middle, yeah, definitely delivered. Ultimately, overtime not needed in either, but max regulation certainly was. And look, full credit to Team Orchid. I think of all the matches and all the results that we have seen over the course of APL in this group stage so far, that felt like the most hard fought. So they really, really worked hard for those 3 points, and it now tightens the standings massively, and they could benefit hugely. That could be the difference maker for them now making top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. So one more game to go for Playday 5 tonight here in Asia. It's Fury going up against the Kings of the Region in Weibo Gaming.
처음에 공개됐을 때 트레일러를 보고 이게 진짠가 하고 좀 현실 부정도 했었고, 그리고 진짜인 걸 알았을 때 엄청 기뻤고, 이제 옛날에 제 정감이 가던 캐릭터 중 하나니까 막 주변 사람들한테 얘기도 하고 했는데, 이게 제가 5살 때 즐겨 하던 거다 보니까 이게 최근에 그 저보다 어린 선수들한테는 약간 그 모르는 이야기더라고요. 그래서 좀 씁쓸하면서도 저 혼자 재밌어하는 그런 상황입니다. 지금 팀은 살짝 자유로운 분위기가 좀 더 강한 것 같고요. 제 역할도 뭐 그냥 OP 캐릭터? 좋은 캐릭터 그냥 아무거나 골라서 하는 거고, 지금 팀의 분위기가 뭐 서로 훨씬 친하기도 하고, 이제 언어도 한국어로 소통해서 편하기도 하고, 환경 자체는 좋은 것 같아요. 사실상 형 역할을 하는 건 저희 지금 헤드코치 맡고 있는 동욱이 하고 있고요. 그 저보다 나이 높은 선수는 이제 데믹, 저는 아직 24이라 한 중간 정도인 것 같아요. 지금 클라우드9과 비교를 하면 지금 많이 메타도 바뀌고 시대도 변하고 해서, 뭐 그때는 되게 체계적이고 살짝 딱딱한 느낌으로 우직하게 이긴다고 하면, 지금은 약간 자유자재한 플레이 스타일이라 픽도 자유자재로 바꾸고, 전 팀에 있을 때는 많이 했었던 것 같은데, 이번 팀에는 다 그래도 경력 있고 다 게임 이해도 높은 멤버들이라서 뭐 다 알아서 잘해가지고 괜찮은 것 같아요. 지금 이번 스테이지에서 제일 이기고 싶은 팀은 아무래도 D+ 기아인 것 같아요. 그리고 사실상 제일 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 걔네만 이기면 지역 1위 또는 뭐 브라질과 맞먹는 수준으로 갈 수 있다고 생각해가지고 꼭 이기고 싶습니다.
ashes and fallen stars. Purple skylines and broken hearts. There ain't no taking that to the moon. Out here trying, but there ain't no room. No, good intentions will fall apart. Yeah. And they don't know about us. They don't know about us. Yeah. And we hold it down with our love. We hold it down with our love. Yeah. 'Cause it ain't perfect, and no it ain't. And we keep working every night and day. They don't know about us. Oh, I heard them say that it would be so hard. And I can't lie, baby, they weren't wrong. No, but if 1 + 1 is 2, it's true that you got me and I got you. Oh, nothing will ever keep us apart. No. And they don't know about us. They don't know about us. They don't know about us. And we hold it down with our love. Hold it down with our love. We hold it down with our love. Through the fire and the thunder, we'll be with each other forever. Always,
Welcome back for our final game of this evening, APL Asia Playday 5. It's Fury versus Weibo coming up, guys, and not a lot really to write home about in terms of this matchup, although it does need to be said that for Fury, they can still make top 4. It does require all 3 points against Weibo, and that's going to prove to be a very difficult ask. And in terms of course, what they're all fighting for, well, it's to go to the Esports World Cup. You can go get your tickets right now.
Yeah, just the one spot on offer for the teams competing here in Asia, but plenty of opportunities for you and your friends to go watch the event live. If you've never been to an event, make sure to check it out if you're able to make it. Details in the chat. But yeah, intrigued to start discussing this matchup because it is one that should be one-sided, but we know that there's often at least one game stage where Weibo do a Weibo, and we'll see if this ends up being that said game. We'll look across at Fury first, their competitors for tonight. A roster that still has quite a bit to prove. They've been decent so far. They're still on the cusp of making the top 4, but a win is pretty much required tonight, and it's going to be a tough one for them.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I think I agree with your sentiment regarding Weibo. They always do have that ability to have a spicier game when they're maybe expected to win comfortably, and they've largely won comfortably as well for the majority of the season. But for Fury, though, yeah, 3-7 lost to Soul's Heart to start the stage. Not ideal. I mean, they also were 3-3 at the half in that game. They go and lose it. 5-7 to Cycling Company, who's clearly having a good stage. So, you know, in those matches against the other teams in and around the battle for the top 4, they absolutely destroyed HL Turi Esports. And then again, last week, 5-7 loss to Daystar. So in the losses for Fury, they've been very, very competitive. And unfortunately, though, they just couldn't steal one of them against those teams around that sort of 4-pack, that being against either one of Soul's Heart or one of Cycling Company. You can afford to lose Daystar, that's fine, but you probably have to steal one of those first 2 games in the opening 2 play days, and you haven't done that. Now you got to play Weibo. Your last 2 games are Elevate, winnable. Very last game against Orchid, also winnable, but that would only get you the 6 points, which would be an overall of 9 points on the stage if they get nothing from this. And as we know, with already 3 teams on 9 points, well, it's probably meaning they're not going to be able to make it. As for Weibo, well, they're going to play finals. That's certainly going to happen. They're not actually locked in until they get the result that they need from this game. So this is the game that can actually lock them into the top 4.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and if that is to be the case, they will join Daystar, and also on top of that, will finish the night in first place, as they will well and truly have the round differentials still over Daystar. For Weibo so far, it has been nothing short of dominant, 28-8 on round diff so far. If that doesn't tell you how strong they've been, nothing else will. It's more so the same for this team that we've come to know and love, and the expectation on them to go all the way to EWC. The discussion quickly then turns to how well they can do internationally, but I guess that's a chat for another day. They still have to get there first, and before that they even need to make the finals, and so we'll see how they play tonight and whether or not they play as they should, or if it's a little more closer for comfort than it otherwise really should be. Let's have a look at the map veto for this matchup. You've already taken a sneak peek, so you know where we're heading, and it's a little bit of an unusual selection from Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, so to me, this is the kind of game that Weibo clearly elected to try and experiment a little bit. So we go to Bank. Now, Bank is pretty much a permaban for Weibo. They just don't play it. Looking at their statistics from December of last year to now, they've banned it 19 times. That is a significant amount. It's only been banned against them once, and they've never picked it. So for this to get through, clearly they've allowed it through, and they want to see what their bank is like, which is normal. And a lot of the really good teams will always test their map pool ahead of the finals and when best of threes arise. And for Weibo, this is just doing due diligence ahead of finals. They know they'll be there. They know there will be best of threes, and there's a chance they'll have to play bank and clearly want to find improvement on it. So as we head into this game, what that does mean is for Fury, there is a shining glimmer of hope. If Bank for Weibo isn't as up to scratch as they maybe hope it would be, could Fury do the unthinkable and take 3 points away from the best team in the region? By doing so, it would give them a huge boost in their chances of making top 4. Must win for Fury, or they're out of finals. Weibo, a win, and they're locked in to finals.
Yeah, it feels like we're clutching at straws a little bit to see a path forward for Fury, but with the team that has a lot more to lose in this matchup, I'm sure they'll be looking to double and triple down, quadruple down for this matchup and give it everything they've got. They would have no doubt put a stack of preparation as well into this matchup where, understandably, Weibo probably a little more lax in that department and will just back themselves in to naturally perform better on this map. As the bans conclude, Monty, Grim, Mirror, and Warden. And so nothing standing out as being particularly unusual there. Weibo starting out on attack with range hard breach available into top floor. We'll see what kind of approach they intend to go for. Early indications, though, if this composition is anything to go by, Dokkaebi Snake combination should be pretty potent. The kind of team that will have the ability and the skill to play incredibly high tempo and play super reactively off that information gathering. And so I guess in some respects, a little surprising we don't see Fury actually try and target that out. But equally, you're not wanting to deal with the Monty, which is also pretty understandable.
Yeah, obviously, was having a little bit of a look actually, and when I was looking at the stats earlier tonight, I did notice Damon's name at the very top end of the statistics here for Asia, sitting 12th for EPS, having a very good stage, and I'm trying to find out a little bit more information regarding him. And as has been the case, many are aware who've been watching, this has been very much a stage where people have been liking to change their in-game handles, and so of course I had to kind of ask the question, well, who is this guy? You know, is he just someone whose name changed? It doesn't seem like it, and well, he's going to be one to watch. And my god, of course he's dead. I will stop. I'm sorry, Damon.
Yeah, solid start for Weibo then. 30 seconds in. Smooth sailing so far. They'll have the sense util to be able to go for this CEO side hit. And the Capital to lay it in through Jan. Speakeasy can layer smokes, get the guys activated as well. And so there's a big emphasis of Alliance here on the likes of Labyrinth, on the Solace for information, but he's over in Narnia, elevator side. They look to actually then lurk below the Impact. So this could still be a win condition for them in the round, but certainly pressure mounting, and there's so much time for Weibo to maybe find one more on-site. As they shape up, utility deployed. Weibo to make the move.
Placing a razor bloom.
Oh, we're trying to catch the timing on the janitor doorway. He just gets rid of Labyrinth. There's a lot of shot from Turd to catch Dark, who thought maybe he had the better of Turd. Oh, they got it. Is going for the bland side of CEO. And as Followed falls, Raldini the solo in 1v4 post-plant, which gives us probably a little bit of time. I do want to touch on Gotti a little bit once this round concludes, which is right now. Weibo very comfortable opening round here on Bank. Of course, Gotti coming over from Korea. Guys, we actually got an early glimpse on him back in the ENC qualifiers for Korea, and he had, sorry to say, an absolute stinker. But as we know overall, he's a very, very solid player, and he's had a pretty good career so far. And it's also been a very interesting career in terms of the many different regions that he's actually played in and been a part of. He started his career 5 years ago back on Spirit Gaming. He's still only 23, so still a good age. And then he was an absolute star for PSG Talent. You think back to that late 24, early 25 team where they were able to make headways, go overseas. Back when Fabian was a coach, Gotti was one of their big talents. And then after that spell with PSG Talent, he was actually a coach for 4AM.
Located by attackers.
And then even played for the team over in CNL and has now joined Weibo. I mean, you're just basically getting a really solid player, full of experience, still has really good franking capabilities. But yeah, that was an interesting time during the ENC qualifiers was when he got announced to join Weibo. And it was probably the worst tournament he's ever played.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
My beautiful evil eyes ready.
Luckily, he's been pretty good so far this stage, sitting 8th for EPS, and he's slotted in very nicely for Weibo.
Yeah, very difficult to disagree with that. I think the real test will, of course, be if and when this team takes on international opponents, whether this has ultimately been an upgrade or a downgrade. I don't think it was ever going to be super influential regarding their domestic performances. Certainly a talented player, but we'll have a lot of room to grow and learn internationally like the rest of the team has. And whilst they haven't maybe gone on to achieve as much overseas as they would otherwise like, they'll be hoping that with this new roster they can take that next step at some point. May not be immediately at EWC if they are to qualify, but potentially at the Osaka Major and beyond that. As for this round though, minute down, and it's control first floor obtained by Weibo. Secondary hard breaches for the primary hatches. And a pretty versatile lineup here. The introduction of the OSA, that can be utilized either for the back hit or more frequently for server side. They'll have to contend though with this hold blue stairs. Labyrinth will be solo this position, baited out. And Speak Easy on the high ground wins that duel. Advantage, Weibo.
I do want to quickly clarify, by the way, that Damon is actually Pyramid. So it is one of those funky name changes, of which he's had upwards of almost 10 different names across his career. He's the king of that. Getting rid of the smoke nice and early. Certainly relieves a bit of that pressure into CCTV. Speak Easy going for the plant. No denial. There are no nitrocells, no gas babes, nothing to stop this. It's an easy plant for Weibo. Well, so far they're running through their checklist of bank really nicely in the opening 2 rounds. Practice put into work. While you're watching main stairs, he does get it down, and then also with a bit of help from Reaps through beepers, they get the easy cleanup, knowing that the rush was going to come up. Flawless from Weibo, and a 2-0 start.
Also, if I was saying the good Weibo, not the iffy Weibo, which can sometimes rear its ugly head in these style of matches. So that's a good early sign from them. Outclassing their opponents. Fury, of course, a team that still garners respect given the composition of this team. Has some talented players who have actually achieved quite a bit over the years, but Weibo very much in a league of their own. Open area up next. Weibo looking for this initial clean rotation to go their way. And as it stands, it's been dominant so far. Farlord, the only player on the side of Fury to hit the scoreboard with the breadstick. Rest of the team still on naught. Turd leading the charge for Weibo, 4 picks. Has been effective on that snake.
A demoralizing start for Fury. They just haven't really been able to play the game. Yeah, they got 1 kill in 2 rounds. 2 plants successful for Weibo. Minute and 17 and 59 seconds. I mean, those are really early plants. They'll try their hand at Starford open area after losing top floor and basement. So they go in towards the middle. Third, by the way, is sitting as the 2nd highest rated player at this stage. Hoven actually is number 1. Having an incredible stage. 41 kills, 16 deaths for a 2.56 KD.
Farmers League.
And Turd at 2.27. Next best is Souffle at 1.81. Farming indeed. Reaps actually, by the way, is in 10th. He hasn't been required apparently so far this stage. I tell you what though, Weibo do look a little locked in, and I wonder if this is just all about discipline. You're coming into a map that clearly you don't play. It's one of your permabans. You've got some work to do on it, and you want to test some things out. Lovely sweep, Turd. Well, no wonder he's 2nd rated when he's getting kills like that onto Farlord, and a 2nd onto Dark. Will just stay on him.
Jeez.
I mean, there's no surprise in dominance when it comes to Weibo in this region, but this is still very one-sided.
Yeah, will probably be flawless from here, I imagine.
Oh.
And
Turd,
Turd
he
will
started
get the
it.
last. Nope.
No, Gotti.
Gets stolen away. Good work from Gotti there at the end. And again, it's pretty rare in Siege, given the dynamic of the two halves, that we'll call it early, but this one is feeling like it is very much going to go the way of Weibo. The question now remains just how dominant it can be. Gotti looking thrilled so far with the result of this game.
I like how every time we go to Gotti's cam, and he's just been frozen since the start. Turd
He
making
looks
sure to
locked
fix
in.
his.
Maybe he's just locked in. Maybe he's not frozen. He's just locked in.
It's like, yeah, better get my good angle.
Get the good side. Still locked in.
He's not blinking.
He hasn't blinked. The Blitz and the Thorn to be banned out will return top floor. And yeah, as I was saying, the question now is how dominant can Weibo be in this game? Round differential shouldn't be too much of a worry for them if it ends up being a tiebreaker. I don't think it will necessarily end up being that way. It is possible, but it's going to be relying on some shenanigans. Playday 6, of course, Weibo taking on Daystar in that tiebreak match, essentially. In the final playday, the expectation that Weibo will beat HLT tomorrow. That's almost a guarantee, to be completely brutally honest. And for Daystar taking on Syken, that could actually be somewhat competitive, but if both teams were to walk away with all 3 points, it sets up that final match to be the determining factor as to who walks away top for Asia in the group stage, and will give them the most ideal seeding, theoretically, for the finals bracket.
That 1 kill in 3 rounds now. Here aren't really getting a lot of opportunities to fight in a lot of these battles. Oh, Turd. To be fair, the way that Dark was positioned there towards front desk, it wasn't all that easy. He does go for the big. At this point, you just got to stop peeking this man.
Yeah, range hard breach available here for Weibo, so Gotti will exploit that with the Havana to Kanto. Turd can, after that initial duel now, focus on some util clearance with the Flores. And the setup will likely be getting Speakeasy activated on the Glaz late with his smoke grenades. So a bit of groundwork to be done here from Weibo. It won't be the fastest of rounds, doesn't necessarily need to be. You can see some of that Goya utility dispersed around from Fury in an effort to try and stall out and split this attack a little bit and disrupt the momentum in the later portion of the round. As more ground and more control and presence is being built up. Lobby side here from Weibo, so eventually they'll then look to transition that over towards Elevator, clear that out, pressure the likes of Labyrinth. It's unlikely to end up being a rotate towards a direct CO hit. Hoven can just lurk here though for the cross. Certainly not the worst position to play. Time though slowly becoming a factor here, and it will force Weibo to be pretty clinical from this point onwards. Only about 70 seconds on the clock.
Well, the shot from Gotti. Frag grenade from Holman finds the kill on Dark. I think there's only one yokai left as well for Labyrinth as he sits Elevator, so it's not as if he's got a whole lot that he can really offer in this situation either. Flash dump onto his position. Easy swing from Speakeasy. There's no way it's going to be another one. Another Flawless potentially in the cards. No, Farlord hits the headshot. He denies the Flawless. He's the only one who's got any kills in this game so far for Fury. It's 4 straight for I was going to say for Speakeasy. Well, it is 4 straight for Speakeasy. It is for Weibo as a whole. Hoven's chilling. Not a lot of a contest, but what's to me most damning is it's also they're winning in different ways. I mean, in some rounds it's just clearly pure mechanical skill, the swinging from Turd, etc. But also the actual strategy and the execution, they're all in sync. They're clearly going through their checklists really nicely in terms of what they want to do and the plans laid out in the round. So it's not as if this is just like Border where you're running around just shooting people. They're playing Bank really, really well. And there's just nothing that Fury can do about it. 2 kills for Farlord, that's it. 4 rounds of Siege played, and you got 4 players on the team who haven't got a single kill.
Yeah, certainly the most dominant one-sided affair that I think I have seen so far this stage. When you consider that 4 players kills, that is a remarkable number.
And as you said, Hedgehog Torre was up there this earlier tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Attackers are moving
It's also, the fact that Weibo is showing good versatility here on the attack for a map that is so frequently banned out for them.
Yeah.
They look right at home on Bank.
I mean, that's the thing. It's not just this game in isolation. It's the fact that you holistically look at all of what's happening here. They go into a map they don't play, they ban it, they're playing it so well, but they're playing it and winning because of the execute, because of their strategies, but also because of just, they got good aggression. They're clearly pushing in quickly. They know they can win the gunfights. That's a part of it. You won't probably, well, you definitely can't get away with this kind of level of play against the really, really good teams. But at the same time, they're not doing anything too abnormal. They're just picking up the pace just that little bit more. You know, they're still going through the checklist. They're still doing the right things. The strategies are all still there that are normal. They're not, doing anything too crazy. Like a payload onto Dark. He's going to go back to lobby and answer the call. That's also put him in a bad spot. He's just dead because of it. He had nowhere to really go, though. If he went forward, he's dead. If he takes the call, maybe he could have fought. And opted to try and answer, and now dead because of it. 5v3 in towards basement. Only 1 gas babe remaining. 1 nitrocell, so lacking the utility, lacking the players. And again, it's Weibo that are just using everything that's afforded to them. They've got 1 garage. They've opened up vault. They can go default side towards server. They've just completely opened up and surrounded this site.
Yeah, so much time.
Damon's lucky there on the timing as well, by the way, because he could have easily died to turd.
Yeah. Took a big chunk in his rotate back over towards bot main. Shotgun up close will favor him somewhat, but certainly low. Labyrinth about to be isolated over towards blue stairs. And the 1 gas babe remains for him. Good catch from Hoven. Speakeasy fell in the meantime, and Labyrinth will spring into action up above. 1 HP. Roldini on site. Good, but traded.
Yeah, it's not even like Labyrinth can play the time. And 1 HP. Plant goes down. Does get the kill onto Turd. Okay, a little surprise factor out of the smoke. That's a little criminal from Labyrinth. He does still has a gas babe into the post plant. Now, Holman and Gotti just got to play together here. He's very, very low on health. And Holman holding the close angle, watching the hallway, gets the kill, 5-0. And this is a bloodbath, but at least a tiny bit better for Fury as a consolation prize. Gotti's still not blinking, locked in, as his team is.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick shift for Weibo. Couple of smiles for Fury. I think they would have gone into this game expecting it to be quite lopsided. I think that they'll be a little disappointed that it is so dominant. It's not going to instill them with a lot of confidence. Unfortunately, Asia, a region now in a position where it does only have the 1 slot. And in a weird way, these teams are kind of hoping Weibo only continue to get better internationally so that hopefully they can get the spot back. And then it will maybe free up an opportunity for one of these sort of teams to be motivated and find the improvement required to finish second. Although that spot also looks pretty locked up by Daystar these days anyway. So yeah, it's a little bit of an interesting dynamic at the moment with the top 2 farming. And this round, this map rather, encapsulating that quite well.
10 seconds to insertion.
Final round then of the half.
5 seconds to go.
Weibo 1 away from the flawless 6. Open area site of choice from Fury.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Weibo with the Snake Dokkaebi combo once again. They'll also bring the Bravo to counter the Echo. And I anticipate that the pace will continue to be pretty unrelenting as it has been so far.
Yeah, at least to close this out. The curious thing will be what they want to do on defense. If they want to try and just actually may only get 1 round. So you want to test some things? Do you just want to play it really conventional, how you would expect to play defensively? Or do you just want to go for a bit of fun, knowing this one's pretty much done? We'll find out very shortly. Another part of this now is, will this be 7-0 or can Fury steal a round? 5 straight opening kills for Weibo. And evidently they've converted on all 5 of those rounds. They've gotten the plant down 3 times in 5 rounds. 2 flawless, 2 4 alives. Just really don't see this kind of domination all that often, but in this region it typically involves Weibo. And they get yet another opening kill. This one onto Roldini. Fury have tried their hands at all 3 sites twice. This last opportunity in staff open area for the half. Fire grenade and a push towards the doorway, but no, it doesn't go for it. Drop down.
Straight into
One
Gotti.
for one, keeps it with Weibo, and yeah, straight into Gotti, so he was pretty much dead either way.
Oh, here we go.
Turd goes down to Daemon, and we might have ourselves a bit more of an even round. Hopes rise. Speakeasy, though, well, he drops in towards the site, and he crushes the Hope immediately.
Well, it lasted for about 6 seconds, so that was pretty good. Farlord stranded above 1v3, no hope, payload, and plant to be secured.
Don't know really what to say here, but we are going to have a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we're going to go to the post-match breakdown in about 4 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Towards the end of this game, we go 6-0 for Weibo onto the defense. They now reside here on Bank. It's been clinical, even on a map that they clearly do not have in their map pool. And the problem with a game like this, as much as you want to experiment and introduce it, guys, you're not really getting a lot of validation. Well, I mean, there's 2 ways you can look at it. Either, wow, we're actually pretty good at this map, or maybe our opponent isn't quite up to scratch, and we're still not quite sure if we're ready to bring this out against the big guns. But I mean, what more can you do? So
yeah, you can only play who you've got. So yeah, I don't know. It's been a funny one. Certainly the most one-sided game that I have seen in quite some time. Even in comparison, I know you referenced the Daystar HLT game earlier today, 7-1 in the end. Combined HLT at least were able to net 10, 14, 17 kills as a team. As we enter round 7 here for Fury, they've only amounted 7, and quite a few of those have been pretty much 0 impact exit frags. So yeah, this has been complete domination from Weibo. Turd on the cav for this basement site.
Yeah, a bit of fun.
Yeah, it should be over pretty soon.
You're not playing Cav if you're taking this seriously. The rest of the lineup is fine. I think he's just gotten the license. He's probably just said, yeah, can I play Cav? And they're like, yeah, why not? We're up 6-0. Have a bit of fun. See what you can do.
5 seconds left.
think whenever you see the Cav, that you naturally kind of want to follow and see what they're up to, where he wants to play. Right now, he's just sprinting towards ATMs. He'll sit tucked in.
Could work. I didn't quite spot if there was a pre-placed drone being watched lobby side. I don't think there was. I don't think.
Well, there was also someone lobby as well for Weibo, I think, reinforcing. So they were kind of first out. They would have got at least a little bit of intel for Turd if it was kind of safe to progress. Amos, Deathmark from Dark here on to Reaps immediately towards Janitor. He's going to get himself back down before he gets overwhelmed. Smart play. There is one on the rappel here.
Uh-oh. This will be a kill in about 5 seconds.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, Turd.
Oh, no, I can't.
He sold me there. That was the most perfect call you could ever make.
Absolutely.
What is he doing?
Oh, he's just completely throwing you under the bus.
And he rotates through Garage. I don't think I've ever seen that rotate in a pro game, but fair play to Turd. No one outside to catch him. And Fury progressing through this top 4. Minute 30 to go.
Yeah, it's a pretty smart exit strategy if you know that no one's really pushing ATMs. You're probably safe to go for that route back into sight. Funnily enough, he's already back up main stairs. Holman with the kill onto Damon. Turd's like, hang on, I need to get back in here before they're all dead. If I want to get a couple more kills. Holman with a pistol did hit the headshot onto the Blackbeard. Turd has actually gone back downstairs. Reaps taken down a 1 HP. Well, can't lock in the 7-0 just yet, but they are very much favored. And funnily enough, the death mark from Dark onto Turd just reveals he's sitting basement now anyway.
Oh, Turd. Look, fair play to Weibo. They've played disciplined and very respectfully over the course of this matchup. They've simply been better than their opposition. 40 seconds to go. Fury stacking Blue's side. Probably going to just shape up for the hatch drop, I imagine, at this point. Very few options remain for them. Dark with a late drone. Now down to 30 on the clock. And Weibo in good positions to counter this.
15 seconds remaining for Fury to try and get one round. This also means they cannot make finals, by the way. Roldini going in for the plant. Lambert's already immediately goes down. It's only Dark left inside a CCTV. Turd will take the 3. Interrogate, and we're done. Weibo 7-0 speed run. They waited all night for a 20-minute game, but it comes to an end, and they've got themselves locked into finals. I don't think anyone was ever expecting that to be anything but the case. They also regain top spot above Daystar. Fury, their stage does not come to an end. They've still got 2 play days, but they can no longer make the final 4, and therefore their journey for a spot at the Esports World Cup very much is over.
Yeah, it is, and unfortunate the way in which they did peter out tonight. And reiterating that this result in the end with Weibo taking all 3 points was not expected, but it was a complete domination. They really were not in the game at any point. Weibo from start to finish absolutely in control. Hoven walks away with the most kills inside of the server. Turd for me still the most impactful player. First player I've ever seen in a professional game run out of ATMs and go down Garage. So that for me, he has my vote for player of the night. Unfortunate for Fury. I don't know what their prospects will necessarily be going forward. Again, the kind of team that I think are going to be a long, long, long way off ever competing top of the region. And so they're probably looking towards Weibo doing well and claiming back 2 slots for Asia going forward. And then maybe can look to be a little more competitive. But again, the gap is still quite large to the likes of Daystar still as well.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of goes without saying. I mean, it's a strange game because, you know, going into it, maybe there was that small sliver of hope with Weibo, again, playing a map that's typically a permaban, but still didn't matter, 7-0. And I guess that's, and this is where we're going to be able to ask Gohan when he comes in, is, you know, how much work have they kind of put into this map? Because clearly, especially in the first half, like that last game there on the defense with the Cav plate, yeah, whatever, yeah, that's just a bit of fun from Turd, but that first half, I thought their strategy, their execution was just all on point. They looked like locked in and that they wanted to execute what they maybe worked on in scrims or in their theory sessions, and they did it absolutely perfectly. And then kind of begs the question, do you walk away from a game like this and kind of add it into your map pool moving forward, or is it just simply, hey, if this ends up in a situation where Bank maybe has to get played in a best of 3 veto, we're okay with it, we know what we can do on that map?
Yeah, and again, it would sort of be the follow-up then as to how much they are able to extract from a match like this. When you aren't really tested, I don't think you can really take many constructive dot points away, because you don't really have anything being truly limit tested, right? You could have played a particular situation quite poorly, and that's only going to rear its ugly head, whether it be maybe potentially in the finals or going on beyond that at international events, right, against higher quality opposition. So it'd be interesting to see if this is the map that does get trialed a little more so going forward, if it gets tucked away for the remainder until maybe the tail end of finals, or what the case will be. But I think the beauty of Weibo, and a lot of the top teams, to be fair, in APL at the moment, they have very diverse map pools, so it doesn't really matter all too much, especially best of ones.
Well, Gohan is ready to chat with us now, fresh off of the 7-0 victory against Fury. Congratulations, Gohan, on the victory, and also congratulations on qualifying for finals. That was a tremendous watch in terms of the skill that your boys put out. That was some exquisite, especially the first half. I just felt like the strategy, everything that you guys probably wanted to do, you executed perfectly. But I do have to beg the question here. Clearly, Bank is a map that's your most banned map from December of last year to now. So was this in mind that you guys wanted to kind of test your map pool ahead of finals and best of 3s and see what you can do on Bank?
Oh, hello guys. Thank you for having me here. Xenox and Gus. Always good to be here. And yes, Bank is a map that we are avoiding to play, but not because we have a bad bank, you know? The thing is, we have many good maps. So it's hard to choose, right? Why you're gonna play a map that your win rate maybe is 5% lower than another one that you have, you know? So I think it's more about that. The guys always have, let's say, okay bank, was not the best map. But when I come, we already changed many stuff. But the thing is, we need to gain confidence, right? To start to play a map against the top teams. So Bank is a map that we don't have this level of confidence, but we are working a lot to have that, you know?
Yeah, congrats on the win. One thing we're curious about is obviously you take confidence from such a one-sided result, but is it difficult to learn a lot in such a dominant matchup because it's not maybe tested as much as it would be against really good teams?
Yeah, exactly. The thing is that, you know, it's always hard to start to play a map in a big tournament when you have another maps that you have more confidence. But yeah, you need to start from somewhere, right? And the thing is, the guys here, every week of training, I mean, not only in Bank, but every map, we are improving coordination. Now we've got the team have another face, you know, he's a solid player that gives clear information. So the team is working very well with him, you know. Like Ape was an excellent player, but the thing is, for the job we need here, Gotti, of course, fit a lot more, you know. So yeah, we are working very hard in every map. So I hope we can play the Bank in higher level and beat the best teams in the world, of course.
Just while you were talking on Gotti, that was kind of going to be my next point, was I mean, like, obviously he's slotted in very nicely. He's having a very good stage. I think he's performing very well. What has he done to change the team dynamics, or has it just been slot in, fill a similar role to Ape?
So the thing is, we need to talk a bit, you know, about how the team work. But let's say every team have aggressive players and more safe players, right? You can't have 5 players very aggressive, or the performance is gonna oscillate a lot, right? Every big team you're gonna see maybe the captain playing more safe, maybe the Sup 1 playing very safe. I mean, very safe. What do you mean very safe? Having less open depths, right? So more solid gameplay, like who need to be aggressive, gonna be aggressive, not the support, right? So the thing is, Weibo, before I come, every player was very aggressive. So we don't have like, oh, this player he play more safe, you're gonna see him in the end of the round, always alive. No. Everyone, if you see opportunity, they go for it. That's very good. But the thing is, the performance will not be so consistent, you know, when everyone is trying to get kills. So I think it's more about that. Ape was trying to modify his gameplay, you know, to fit more on this hole, a safe hole. But that's very hard, you know. When you play many years, always taking opportunity, always trying to see a chance and go for it. You know, it's hard to change the way you play. Even for a good player with good aim, good everything, it's very hard. So Gotti, I think he's a player that was made playing more on that way. You know, more consistent, more solid, giving clear information. So that was what we need when we was looking for a new player. You know.
Well, Gohan, thank you so much for coming and chatting with us. Congratulations again on the win, and also congratulations on making finals. Wishing you guys and the rest of the boys best of luck in the quest for EWC, and hope all goes well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can I send a hug to my mom? She always watch the game.
Absolutely.
Em português, se possible. Mãe, abraço. Beijo pra senhora, te amo. Okay, guys, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here, and see you guys on the next.
Thank you so much, Gohan.
Thank you.
Now, our MVP for the night goes to Turd. If it wasn't for the fact it was 7-0, guys, he was probably well on his way to probably 14 plus kills, let's be honest, with a 2.67 KD, 140 EPS, 86% cost, and certainly the damage he did pretty much at the start. I think the first 2-3 rounds, he just kind of finished the game before it even started.
Yeah, he may not have necessarily walked away from the map as the top fragger as the chaos ensued, but he was hugely impactful. And that set play there with the Nook early was absolutely spot on, and I think was really the nail in the coffin, where from that point on with Fury basically had no confidence, jumped onto the cab for the final round, did that jump out ATMs over towards Garage, ultimately ended it out with an interrogation as well. And yeah, the cherry on top nicely there for Weibo, who walk away 7-0 and wrap up a night which had a handful of competitive matches and a handful of not so competitive games. But the one thing that is very much competitive, Jake, is that run towards the top 4 as we look towards the standings. And it's anyone's guess how the mid-table is going to shake up. It really is a close call between Soul's Heart, Psych & Company, and Team Awkward, all currently on 9 points.
Yeah, and as it stands as well, Playday 6, which of course is tomorrow, ends up being a big one. You know, Psych, they're going to go play Daystar. So Daystar, Weibo are locked in for finals. Psych & Company are not. So they got a big game against Daystar. If they can win that, certainly going to help them. Otherwise, then they've got Soul's Heart on the final Playday. That's going to be a big one. And of course, for tomorrow as well, Awkward versus Soul's Heart. So another big game between two of those teams in between that sort of 3 to 5 bracket. Unfortunately, the last 2 games tomorrow probably don't bode too well in terms of overall entertainment, as we've got to close the night, Elevate versus Fury, so a dogfight at the bottom, and then Weibo versus HL Torre, where they'll be probably trying to beat their speedrun record from tonight. Don't forget, of course, EML will be on in a couple of hours' time, which should be about 2 hours, correct? Because usually for OS, it's about 4 hours, and this is 2 hours ahead of OS, so easy math.
Yeah, we're lucky we had a couple of speed runs tonight. Otherwise, it might have been cutting it somewhat close. Yeah, EML's been quite exciting to watch so far as well. But APL now, especially with the 4-slot format, we're seeing the mid-table be incredibly competitive. And the last couple of play days across Asia specifically now looking very, very exciting. So tomorrow and the rest of this stage should be fun.
Absolutely. Well, we will bid you farewell for tonight. But as you mentioned, APL Asia will continue tomorrow. We hope to see you there.
you